Good afternoon. I would like to call to order the City of Little Rock Board of Directors special called meeting for October the 26th, 2021. I'd like to welcome those that are online and view as well as here that are watching today. So thank you so much. Madam Clerk, if you would, please call the roll.
Director Miller.
Here.
Director Richardson.
Here.
Director Webb. Here. Director Peck. Here. Director Wright. Here. Director Wyrick. Present. Director Campuris.
Present.
Director Phillips. Director Adcock. Present. Vice Mayor Hines.
Present.
Mayor Scott.
Present. Director Wyrick, if you would, please give us the invocation.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for this gorgeous day, and thank you for allowing us to meet in this public forum. Help us to make the right decisions for the citizens of Little Rock and for our employees. We're so thankful for our police department, our fire department, and other groups within the city that take care of all of our needs. Special prayer for our police chief and our fire chief and the duties that they have to perform. I'm thankful for everybody that's on this board and our mayor for the work that they do in our city, and help us to do the right thing tonight. These things we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen. May all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Members of the board, we know today has been a very good day here in the city of Little Rock, the state's capital city, as it relates to economic development, where earlier this morning, Trex, an eco-friendly composite decking company, one of the world's largest, decided to locate at our Little Rock Port Authority, making a $400 million investment with planned announcement of 500 plus jobs here in our city. We're grateful that they've decided as some politicians would say, this is a big deal. And we're grateful that this deal was closed. It's through the great teamwork of the Little Rock Chamber of Commerce, Arkansas Economic Development Commission, Global Location Strategies, the Little Rock Port Authority, Arkansas, Energy Arkansas, and most importantly, as well, the members of the board who voted just a week or so ago to fund the land acquisition, $5 million to get this process going and to complete. And so I want to just take this time to say thank you before we move on. Jay, if you would, and I know also a quick shout out to James Reddish and Catherine Holstrom, who have been great team leaders, a part of this process, led by Jay Cheshire. Jay, if you would just kind of give a synopsis. This is a big day, so I'm going to take the privilege of the chair and go a bit out of order. I want you to kind of take this because it happens because of our teamwork and collaboration.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the Board of Directors. First of all, it's an honor to be with you today. As the Mayor just mentioned, obviously the work that goes on behind the scenes, the public doesn't always get to see simply because that's the way this work moves. But as you yourselves know, in your most recent meeting where you helped fund the land purchase for this project, those are how we get these types of projects to actually come to Little Rock and to be part of our regional community. I would like to introduce the CEO of Trex, Mr. Brian Fairbanks is with us. Brian, you want to say just a couple of words?
Thank you. It's great to be here today. I thank Mayor Scott and everybody on the board. A lot of work has gone into this over the past year and a half. And we recognize while we only get to meet with a small number of people, there's a lot of people that are supporting that small number of people. And so I thank the board here, but also your staffs and other people within the community that made this happen. We are excited to become part of the Little Rock community and can't wait to get some earth moving, buildings built, and make some production in 2024. Thank you.
So, Mayor, as you heard in our announcement earlier today, we welcomed Brian and his team to Little Rock, their new home. It takes a village to be able to pull one of these things off. This process has been going on for well over a year, and I'm not going to go through all the names that we mentioned today, but we also want to pay special homage to City Manager Bruce Moore for his work in this process. We really appreciate his work, and then obviously the guy who you hire to run and manage and operate the port, Brian Day, Executive Director Brian Day, has done a fantastic job. I want to give both Bruce and Brian a big round of applause. And lastly, 500 plus families in this community will now have a brighter economic future because of a renewable and sustainable company that's decided to build their largest asset in their company here in Little Rock, Arkansas. It's because of your work, because of your leadership. We look forward to a great vote. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read resolution number 1.
A resolution of intent to issue industrial development revenue bonds in the approximate principal amount of $350 million for the purpose of acquiring and equipping industrial facilities of the Little Rock Port Authority on behalf of Trex Company Incorporated, a Delaware corporation, and for the purposes.
Move for the adoption of the resolution.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read resolution number 2.
A resolution authorizes the mayor and city clerk to execute any documents necessary to convey approximately 289 acres of property located at the Port of Little Rock to Trex Company Incorporated for economic development purposes and for the purposes.
Move for the adoption of the resolution.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read resolution number 3.
A resolution to certify local government endorsement of Trex Company Incorporated to participate in the Arkansas Tax Back Program is authorized by Arkansas Code Section 15-4-2706D of the Consolidated Incentive Act of 2003 and for the purposes.
Move for the adoption of the resolution.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Mr. Brian Fairbanks, if you come back up for us, please. It's now official, and we want you to know how much we truly appreciate you, your entire company, deciding to locate your largest production site here in the city of Little Rock at the Little Rock Port Authority, bringing this $400 million investment and 500 jobs. On behalf of the City of Little Rock Board of Directors, we want to welcome you officially to the City of Little Rock.
Thank you, and we look forward to working with the board and getting things up and running.
All right, thank you so much. You guys have a great evening. A motion to adjourn our special call meeting.
Second.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned. We'll now start our agenda meeting. Before we get started, we have on our agenda meeting the Little Rock Police Department Independent Review. I do want to give some very brief remarks. Members of the board will recall in the summer of 2020, in response to requests from the community, from Little Rock Police Department leadership, as well as the Little Rock Fraternal Order of Police, there were calls at that point in time to have an investigation into the Little Rock Police Department's pattern and practices on a number of different issues. Through that process, we did respond with a locally appointed independent review committee. And those committee members, again, I'm just refreshing everyone's memory from May of 2020. Those committee members included Lieutenant Benny F. Bowers, who was retired from the Michigan State Police, but lives here in the city of Little Rock, Attorney Ferronda Brasfield, Attorney Archie Bird, former U.S. Attorney Paula Casey, Dean John DePippa, Tamika Edwards, who also serves as the chair of this independent review committee, Michelle Kamerling, who's a partner at Wright Lindsay Jennings, Philip Kaplan, who's also of council at Cross Gunner Witherspoon, and then Dr. Terry Trevino Richard. Those were the members of the Independent Review Committee that spent a better part of a year from a community perspective reviewing the pattern and practices of the Little Rock Police Department. We're grateful for their hard work, time, and effort in giving back to their city during this period in time. Also, we went through a competitive bid process to have a legal, research and legal firm by the name of CNA and their research and innovation practice, which is a nationally accredited company that focuses on these types of independent audits. They do this with a number of cities across the nation and has continued to do that for quite some time. We're grateful for them that have put forth this effort. Today, they will present their findings on what they've gone through for the better part of this year. And so we'll now segue to the leader of CNA. They are located here for all the board members. You'll be able to see them on the screens here shortly.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Tom Kristoff with CNA. Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to come here today and present to you our report. As was stated, we've been working on this report and this assessment for quite some time. So it's my pleasure to be able to discuss this today with you. I'm going to share my screen to do the presentation, if you'll bear with me for one moment. And everyone can see this, correct?
Yes, we're able to see.
Perfect. So again, thank you. Like I said, my name's Dr. Tom Kristoff. I'm a senior research scientist with CNA. Also, on the presentation with me today is Ben Carlton, who worked on a couple of the sections, and I believe Dr. Chip Cauldron is also on the virtual WebEx for the moment. So a little bit of background about CNA. We're a company that's been doing research and analysis for quite some time. Our center, the Center for Justice Research and Innovation, has done a lot of work with a number of law enforcement agencies, and we're considered a national leader in law enforcement review, providing findings and providing recommendations. One of the things that I really want to focus on here, though, is that the biggest takeaway from this slide is that we are independent. We are an independent organization, and we are hired to provide an objective eye towards the topics in the work that we did. We had a number of goals and objectives. Like I said, we provided review and assessment on a number of topics, and I'll cover those in a second. But why? What was the goals and objectives? And so overall, we are looking at the Little Rock Police Department policies and training to not only see whether topics were included and whether they were addressed, but really how well that they were addressed. And so we therefore looked at different Little Rock Police Department policies, their training. We looked at the accountability system data, and just to see how well those reflected a fair and impartial process in the accountability. Our ultimate goal then became to clearly identify our findings, provide actionable recommendations that reflect national best practices. So these are the areas of review that we went through. I don't want to spend too much time on this slide since we'll discuss main findings for each of these sections. But I did want to briefly comment on the wide range of review that we touched upon. Like I said, accountability system, promotion, de-escalation, a number of different areas that were of importance to community members within Little Rock as well as others in the city. Our methodology, this is the various ways that we approached our assessment. We took a number of different approaches. We looked at Little Rock PD from various points of view. For instance, we reviewed the general orders, training, city procedure manuals, promotion material, organizational charts, among a number of different items. We reviewed and analyzed 5 years worth of accountability data, including officer and community member demographics, findings, discipline, and we did all of this to help us get a better understanding of the information that we were reviewing. And another way that we got that better understanding was we conducted focus groups with officers and sergeants, as well as conducted targeted interviews with Little Rock Police Department members ranging from the rank of officer to the chief. These were a number of the documents that we reviewed. I kind of went all over these, but we did look at several different things again to get in a 360-degree perspective on the Little Rock Police Department. Our focus groups, and again, I just kind of went through this with officers and sergeants, as well as the targeted interviews. So we'll now move to our main findings, highlighting some of those which are most relevant, but also discussing how they fit in with broader themes that we identified. Our report looked at 15 different areas of focus, but we collapsed them into 7 overarching sections. And throughout all the sections, we made over 80 different findings, each with between 1 and 4 associated recommendations. So I'll go in now with as it relates to the accountability system. One of our main findings was the potential for subjectivity throughout the process. For instance, we found that there was heavy reliance on the chief's discretion, including at the initial stages of a complaint in determining the administrative path that the administrative complaint would take. Considering that Little Rock Police Department doesn't have an objective framework for determining the investigative pathway, there's the potential for LRPD members to believe that the accountability system is not fair or is impartial, or not fair or impartial. Our focus group meetings with Little Rock Police Department officers bore this out to some extent. We did hear that concern. Related to this, we made several findings regarding subjectivity of terms and concepts of the accountability system, including things such as sufficient evidence to make a sustained finding, as well as the types of allegations which would receive an internal investigation versus a divisional investigation. We found limitations also with the manner by which LRPD gathers and categorizes their accountability system data, as well as the way that LRPD collects feedback from officers about their experiences with the accountability system. So for instance, we noted that in the 5 years of accountability data that we had, we only found 5 cases where a complainant was categorized as Hispanic. This despite an approximate 7.4% representation in the Little Rock community. Furthermore, community member demographics were captured in less than 20% of internally generated investigations. LRPD also does not categorize allegations into overarching types, severity, or whether the investigation was automatically opened in accordance with Little Rock Police Department policy. This would be instances where if an officer was injured on duty, that becomes an automatic investigation, and that they can't determine which is which, whether it's an automatic or not. Finally, there's no officer feedback data collected, which limits the department's ability to measure perceptions of the accountability system. And there's research that shows even if the accountability system is objectively fair, even the perception of unfairness can have a wide-ranging impact, including an officer's propensity to engage in actual misconduct. We also reviewed the accountability data and found a consistent trend of disparate outcomes for non-white female personnel. For instance, non-white female personnel received fewer complaints than would be expected based on their representation in the department. However, the group received a higher number of allegations per complaint, waited longer for complaints to be resolved, and had a higher sustained rate. These disparate outcomes point to a potential area for concern that we recommend the Little Rock Police Department look further into. I'm going to pass it off now to Ben Carlton, who can talk about the performance evaluations.
Great. Thank you, Tom. And Tom, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, everyone. As Tom said, my name is Ben Carlton, and I'm a senior research specialist with CNA. So another portion of the audit that we focused on were performance evaluations and the process within LRPD. So to assess LRPD's performance evaluation process, we reviewed LRPD General Order 205 and conducted focus groups with LRPD officers, both patrol and supervisors. Ultimately, what we found is that performance evaluations within the LRPD are not conducted in a consistent manner across officers, and that performance evaluations have very little, if any, impact for an employee's professional development, thus leading to the process not being taken seriously by officers and supervisors alike. Finding 20 on your screen states that the criteria by which employees are evaluated are not specified in LRPD general orders and appear to be inconsistent across employees. In our focus groups, officers stated that supervisors select 10 categories from a list of about 25. Officers, however, could not explain how their supervisors arrived at these 10 selected categories. And of note, one officer stated that nobody's 10 categories are exactly the same. In terms of the little significance that performance evaluations have in LRPD, we found that performance evaluations were neither incentivized nor capable of monitoring problematic employees. In addition, we found no consensus on how performance evaluations are used. Although the general order includes guidance for using the performance evaluation process to coach and counsel employees, this is not translated into practice for all officers. Next slide, please. So in addition to performance evaluations, we also focused on the promotional process. Now, the promotional process within the LRPD is governed by the City of Little Rock Civil Service Commission's promotion procedure guidelines. We found that the promotional process appears to coincide with many national best practices for the promotion of officers to supervisory and positions. Still, there are several areas in which the process could and should be improved. Positively, the promotion process includes many best practices that are intended to achieve objective outcomes. For example, assessors must reside outside the state of Arkansas and must not be current or former LRPD personnel. Candidates also have the opportunity to appeal written test items and other aspects of the promotional process. However, some aspects of the process do increase the likelihood of subjectivity. For example, once all promotion process components have been completed, candidates are ranked and placed on a list that is then certified. The promotion procedure guidelines give the police chief the authority to select any of the 3 standing highest on the certified list for promotion to the rank. However, the guidelines do not clearly state what criteria are used to make this selection by the police chief. Also problematic is that the promotion guidelines do not mention factors that would make persons ineligible to apply, such as relatively recent sustained findings of misconduct. Next slide, please. So as part of this assessment, we also looked at training focused on de-escalation and cultural competency. Our goal in looking at these was to assess the extent to which these topics are addressed in LRPD trainings and reiterated in LRPD's general orders. Of note is that this audit did not involve us viewing the trainings in practice, so we could not assess the quality of the trainings that officers receive. To assess de-escalation, we reviewed LRPD Academy and in-service training agendas, curriculums, post-training surveys, and general orders. We found that LRPD's attention to and emphasis on de-escalation during in-service and academy training courses increased between 2016 and 2020. This was evident through the addition of new training objectives, such as allow officers to practice de-escalation through scenario-based training, and the inclusion of a new decision-making video in the training curriculum that showed an officer from another department failing to intervene in a use of force situation. Lastly, only the 2020 lesson plan explicitly stated that the scenarios are designed to allow for possible de-escalation and decision-making by officers. Despite the increased emphasis on de-escalation, some LRPD officers still desire additional training on de-escalation, use of force, and crisis intervention. In our review of LRPD's response to resistance and active aggression general order, we found that the policy provides an accountability escape clause for the use of de-escalation tactics. The general order states that effective communication and de-escalation techniques are developed skills. Some officers will be better at de-escalating a situation than others, and that failure of an officer to successfully de-escalate an incident after attempting should not reflect poorly on the officer. Although there will certainly be differences across officers in particular skills, the department should account for situations where an officer's attempt at de-escalation is not in line with policy or the training received, and thus the above statement we found acts as an escape clause for holding officers accountable. Next slide, please. We also looked at cultural competency and the extent to which it's incorporated both in training and within LRPD general orders. We reviewed similar items to the de-escalation trainings that we mentioned above. We found that LRPD's academy and in-service trainings cover topics directly related to cultural competency, and a list of these topics is included in our report. However, LRPD does not appear to consistently provide a dedicated block of in-service training specifically on cultural awareness and competency. For example, from 2017 to 2019, the department had a contract with an external provider who taught specifically on the topic of cultural competency. However, that contract expired after the 2019 calendar year, and the department transitioned to a related but distinct new training course. Consistent with our findings regarding de-escalation training, some LRPD officers desire additional training on cultural diversity and awareness. Lastly, interviews and focus groups with LRPD personnel revealed that training courses on implicit bias and cultural diversity are not always well received by officers. Personnel stated that it depends who you ask, and that some bias-based training immediately shuts people down. Interviewees stressed that given the subject material, it is important to have a good training instructor who has the ability to connect with officers when teaching the material. Tom, I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you, sir. As it relates to nepotism, our review had one of the main findings was how the term is limited, both in city and LRPD policy. While we found that the LRPD policy covered a wider range of the types of relationships that could be covered under a nepotism policy, we still noted areas where the policy could be enhanced. So, for instance, the department's policy focuses on familial relationships and doesn't include non-familiar relationships that might present a conflict. This could also be described as cronyism, but regardless, the prohibitions needed to be there. Additionally, the prohibitions on nepotism are housed within a general order related to transfer and assignment requests, and so it's therefore limited in its application. And we recommended that the LRPD create a standalone general order related to this. We also found room for improvement in the LRPD's policy on harassment. So one area where we found that it could be improved is recognizing that harassment can be based on a number of factors, including, we put in our report speech or weight issues or other characteristics. The general order is also at times unclear as to whether it's talking about racial harassment, sexual harassment, or harassment in general. And so we recommended that they clarify that. We also recommended that they remove Section 6 from General Order 212. Section 6 warns employees that they may be disciplined and subject to criminal proceedings if their allegations are determined to be not factual. And finally, we noted that the concept of harassment doesn't appear to extend outwards, at least explicitly, to community members. So we recommended that LRPD create specific prohibition against the harassment of complainants. As it relates to early intervention systems, early intervention systems are they're gaining popularity across the nation, and we do credit LRPD for having one. However, the current implementation does suffer from some limitations. One of the main ones is tying EIS to the accountability system when EIS systems are designed to be non-disciplinary in nature. We also found that there was extremely high raw number thresholds, which triggered an EIS alert and review of officers. We recommend that the LRPD create a standalone policy that includes comparative analysis as opposed to the raw number thresholds. As it relates to private LRPD's practices for maintaining the privacy and confidentiality of information, overall, we found that LRPD has adequate restrictions on the information sharing and maintaining confidentiality of documents. There are some areas where there could be improved. For instance, the current restrictions are spread out across multiple policies where it should be created a standalone policy. Additionally, LRPD could put into place a number of preventative measures. For instance, access to the record section is sufficiently restricted. There are other things, though. There's one section of the directive that potentially allows persons who pose a security risk to access to the record section. But overall, the provision itself is relatively minor and could be easily resolved. And I will pass this back to Ben, who did work on body-worn cameras.
Thank you, Tom. So we were also asked to look specifically at a couple of specific policies, including policy related to body-worn cameras. And through our review of LRPD's general order governing the body-worn cameras, we found that LRPD allows officers to view video recordings for less than lethal force incidents prior to writing a use of force incident report. Now, there's considerable debate within the criminal justice field as to when officers should be able to review video in relation to writing a use of force report. On one hand, some argue that given limitations in recall after a traumatic event, viewing video prior to writing a report will lead to a more accurate report. Conversely, others argue that force must be justified by the facts known to the officer at the time of force rather than the officer's post-event review of the footage. There is merit to both of these arguments and currently no consensus on the issue. One potential solution that we recommend is for officers to write an initial report without seeing the footage and then writing a supplemental report where they can document additional information that officers were either not aware of or perceived differently or forgot as a result of stress. In reviewing the general order, we also found problems with LRPD's current review process of MVR BWC files. For example, the general order does not describe the criteria for which files will be assessed by lieutenants during monthly reviews. In addition, the monthly video review form that lieutenants use when reviewing footage does not include any compliance criteria for the operation of the equipment, such as activation and placement of cameras. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, did I get cut off?
Yes. You're
Okay.
on vehicle pursuits, though.
Okay, great. Yes, vehicle pursuits. You can go to the next slide. All right, so we also looked at LRPD's policy for vehicle pursuits. Vehicle pursuits represent a significant safety concern for both the officer and the subject. We found that the LRPD's general order permits officers to engage in pursuit driving while a civilian is in the vehicle. Even if someone has signed a waiver of liability, the policy should be clear that civilians participating in a ride-along should not be in a department vehicle during a pursuit. If engagement is absolutely necessary, then LRPD policy should require such vehicles to disengage in pursuit driving once another unit arrives. We also found some problems with the dynamics between the pursuing officer and his or her supervisor in the general order. Supervisors are ultimately held responsible for any pursuit that an officer under his or her command engages in. Supervisors have the authority to override an officer's decision to initiate a vehicle pursuit or authorize additional units.
I believe Ben is cut out, and so I can discuss this a little bit before moving on to the next slide. So supervisors are required to monitor the pursuits, but they're not always required to receive the most up-to-date information. And so we recommended that LRPD policy be more specific in how often officers are supposed to be providing updated information to the supervisors so that they can best monitor it. I'll now move to Ben, you cut out for a little bit, and so I just finished your slide up. This is one of the pitfalls of virtual presentation, so I apologize to everyone in the room. With asset forfeiture, we recognize from the beginning that Little Rock Police Department does not have the ultimate authority in deciding what will or will not be legally forfeited. That decision is made by the district attorney's office. However, LRPD members do play a role at the beginning of the process, and we find here that clear direction to the members could be provided. For instance, the LRPD doesn't provide an independent standard for assessing whether a particular asset has a direct connection to the criminal activity. It also doesn't reflect federal and state guidelines. For instance, the Department of Justice Asset Forfeiture Policy Manual uses probable cause as the standard officers should have when initiating a seizure. Additionally, Arkansas Code 564-505 states that a forfeiture will not occur if that person is not convicted of a felony. So we felt that LRPD's policy should reflect these elements. As a function of transparency, we also recommend that the LRPD memorialize how funds generated from asset forfeiture will be used. For instance, in our report, we noted that all or a portion of those funds could be used for community engagement or outreach, but also noted that regardless of exactly how the funds are used, memorializing those transparent guidelines could go a long way to remediating any community mistrust of the asset forfeiture process. And finally, we reviewed the department's directives on take-home vehicles. Overall, we found that their General Order 302, we found that it covered a wide range of important topics, but believe that there could be greater structure in exactly how take-home vehicles could be used. For instance, whether they can only be used for departmental purposes or whether they can also be used for personal reasons. We were also asked to weigh in on as to whether incentivizing take-home vehicles as an incentive for living in the city of Little Rock would be a reasonable approach. We believe it's reasonable. We believe that we would caution that there's mixed evidence on the impact of residency requirements on adverse interactions with community members. So for instance, use of force or complaints. However, with those, despite that, there are positive implications. There are potential other benefits for take-home vehicles, and LRPD will just need to make sure that their policies are updated if that decision is made or not. And with that, I want to say that I apologize for going through it, we have a 104-page report that can be at times difficult to distill down into a presentation like this. But we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for your time and attention that you put towards this work and working with the members of the Little Rock Police Department for the better part of this year and looking at data from the last 5 years and things that clearly have been going on for quite some time from a systematic standpoint I know you only got data from the last 5 years, so thank you so much for this hard work, and you all have been a stellar company throughout this. We definitely see why other cities have utilized you over the years. Director Wright? Your hand's up. All right. Director Wyrick?
I'm trying.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of questions from the report. I plowed through it in the last couple of days. It was a lot to go through, so explanation today has been really good. How does this review that we did compare to our CALEA evaluation or our accreditation?
Yes. Dr. Review will respond.
Yeah, so CALEA, to be accredited by CALEA, they create a number of different things that you have to do. CALEA doesn't do to the depth that an independent assessment like this will. CALEA will ask you to provide your policies, and it is, I believe it's a yes, this is sufficient, no, it's not. It doesn't necessarily reflect all the best practices that you might get from a comprehensive evaluation that we did.
Okay, so you have a number of items in here that you say that the general orders need to be improved or changed. So if that's done, will it impact our CALEA accreditation?
No, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Your final answer was no, right?
No, ma'am. I was going to add to it and say there's nothing that we would say that would run afoul of CALEA accreditation standards.
Okay, great. You spent a little bit of time talking about internal investigations versus divisional investigations. And I think from the information I read, and maybe some of your comments were that divisional investigations should not lead to dismissals or harsh treatment to the officers, that if it was a big, strong issue, that it ought to be an internal investigation versus a divisional investigation. Did I hear that right? Did I read that right?
I believe that's an adequate summary. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you look at the stats in regards to how many police officers were dismissed for the internal investigations versus the divisional investigations? Did you have that data?
No, I don't believe that we did, ma'am. No.
Okay. And then you went through the EIS, and I forgot what that stands for. It was just easier to write down the acronym for it.
Early intervention system.
Oh, yeah, early intervention system. It left me for a minute. So you indicated that this would be a non-disciplinary type of review for the police officers. And I took it to mean that it would be a tool for the supervisors to look at to see how an employee is reacting on the job, and that it would not necessarily be something that would create a disciplinary action. Is that true to say? Is that fair to say?
And that is the purpose of EIS systems. It's to look at officers who may be at a higher risk of a career-ending event or an adverse event, being able to identify them at the forefront and providing supervisory intervention for that officer to avoid the future event.
And that's to improve the police officers. It's not designed to hurt them or do away with their jobs. That's what I understood.
Yes, ma'am.
There was a graph that I saw, and it may not be in relationship to EIS, but there was a graph that I saw that there were more issues with police officers from 0 to 5 years, and then at 5 years, they sort of tapered off to little or no events. Was that the EIS system?
No, that was just looking at the accountability data in general, to look at, you know, what tenure officers are receiving more administrative complaints. And the graph that we present is consistent with other departments and is consistent with a common sense approach is as you're younger, you're going to make more mistakes. And as you grow older, as you gain more tenure, you're going to avoid those mistakes.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you become a fairly seasoned officer at 5 years if you have appropriate training and experience and those kinds of things? Is it, I guess what I'm looking for is a learning curve for our police officers. Are you saying that it's 5 years? Do the graphs?
I would hesitate to put an exact number on when you become a seasoned officer. There's a lot of different things. If you change assignments, you may not be used to that assignment, may not know all of the protocols to deal with that. But I do want to say that if it is not related to EIS, the number of complaints.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you had several graphs, and I didn't know, seemed like a couple of them, though the time frame was about 5 years. The body-worn cameras. So the issue with those was the idea that an employee could look at the camera or look at the footage before it was a week old. And you did not think that was a good idea.
Yes. I apologize. I'm getting to that portion of the report so I can reference exactly where we had it. So it allows officers to view the body-worn camera video recordings for less than lethal force events prior to writing the use of force incident report. The issue related to that is that use of force is supposed to be objectively reasonable from the perception of the officer at the time of force. By allowing officers to review the body-worn camera footage, you're introducing the potential for something that they didn't recognize at the time of force to now be included in their justification of force. And so what we would like to see is officers being able to say, this is what happened. And I'll let Ben jump into because I know he had done a portion of that review. Ben, anything to add on that part?
No, Tom, the only thing I'll add is that there was, within the policy, the only restriction that we saw in regards to officers not being able to review their own footage was in relation to deadly force and things like that. So this was getting at all of the other instances of use of force in which officers have to write their reports. What's the best practice? What's the best approach here? And as we kind of highlighted, there's still no consensus on that in the field, but there is sort of a middle ground that we thought, was the best to recommend to LRPD in terms of being able to write it, but then being able to supplement it later on.
Okay, I got one final question, and then I'll yield to someone else. I don't know if you went over this or if I read it in the report, but there was an item in there that talked about vehicle pursuit, and it talked about that whoever approved the pursuit in the beginning should continue on with the pursuit to the end. And I guess that's if the supervisor's involved and they approved the vehicle pursuit. Did you see a history in the city of authorizing a vehicle pursuit and then someone else taking over in the middle of it? Did you have those
No.
stats?
No, ma'am.
No, you didn't have the stats, or you didn't have a history?
No, we didn't have those stats, of whether another supervisor took over.
Okay, so why did you ask that question or make that statement? What triggered you to make that statement?
Just as a policy issue.
Yeah, that statement was made because it was not specified within the policy. It mentioned several times, supervisor, but didn't specify that it should be consistent in the supervisor that's making the decisions, especially if that supervisor, as the policy states, is ultimately being held responsible for any pursuit that those under his or her command engage in.
Okay, so you were just saying that because you thought that ought to be the policy and it should be written in the general orders then?
Some of a lot of our findings looked at the vagueness or how well the policy clearly identified things. With accountability, you need to make sure that things are clarified so that there's no question as to whether or not there is misconduct. And so by having those clear definitions and by having those clear guidelines, you're having fairness for community members, you're having fairness for the officers as well, to avoid any concern with a partial or unfair accountability system.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor. Two quick questions. One, first, I want to thank you guys for your work. I think, unfortunately, a lot of times when there's a request for an objective assessment of how we police our community that's been couched as anti-police, we went through that in the 90s when we went through the gang intervention and gang activities, and a lot of us were saying helicopters are not needed. It's not helping us stop gang participation. It's partnerships with community-oriented policing and our neighborhood providers. And where's the helicopter today? It's gone. I see that this size of the activity we had wasn't needed. So I thank you guys. But one of the things that I'm curious about, you talked about a general order about take-home cars and whether or not they're going to be allowed for personal use or official use. How would I know that if the car is in Conway?
How would you know whether it's being used for personal reasons?
Yes, sir. How would I know that if the car is in Conway or Malvern or Benton or Bryan or Cabot? How would I know if that car that was allowed to leave the city was being used for personal uses?
There would have to be safeguards against it. I know that you can use GPS, geolocating for police cars. I think the question that we were asked is, should take-home vehicles be used as an incentive for residency requirements? And so that's kind of where we focused. I think that there's a lot that would, as I said in the presentation, the policy would have to be revised if this were to be allowed. Currently, it's only used for special assignments, and the safeguards would have to be put in there if expanding as an incentive for residency.
So we couldn't answer that question through our current policy right now. That's what I guess I'm hearing you say, that we have no way of determining, because if you said GPS, you just told us a minute ago if that I could write a report and then I looked at the MVR, I could change that report to what I really saw or what's going to be visible when somebody FOR'd that report. So I think what I'm hearing, and I'm not trying to be pessimistic, is there's no way we could determine if a car that leaves Little Rock, and a lot of these cars not just leaving the city, they leaving the county, and if it's in Cabot or Conway somewhere, I don't know if that car is being used to go to Kroger's or CVS or Walgreens. We don't know. We just know that that car is being used for an extended amount of time in that particular city it's located in.
Yes, sir. And if the concern is that is currently happening with vehicles, I would have to get back to you with an answer about how that is being addressed by the Little Rock Police Department. If it, and if so, then like I said, there would have to be additional measures taken to ensure that it's being used on the up and up.
I got you, because we can't quantify what impact that has on vehicle maintenance and vehicle replacement, but we certainly can quantify the amount of money we're spending on gas for cars that leave the city. One other point I want to make, and maybe you guys can help me understand this. We got these catchphrases going around right now: de-escalation, diversity, training, all these catchphrases that are going around right now. How do you train sympathy and empathy when you have people who come from homogeneous communities, that I like to incorrectly say homogeneous communities? How do you train empathy and sympathy with this diversity training and all this training we're doing to make them more friendly to the community that they're serving? Is there a curriculum that I can look up to find that training?
There are curriculums out there related to de-escalation, related to managing bias. I think the question that you're asking is less about how do we train versus how do we make sure that the training is effective. And that is where I think a lot of police departments have the ability to improve. You look at whether the training was well received by officers. You look at whether there's knowledge improvements, whether there's attitude improvements. You hold scenarios so that they can demonstrate the behavior, and then you measure it on the street. You look at community perceptions of the interactions. When I was at University of Illinois at Chicago, we did a survey of 50 American cities and looked at the actual interactions between officers and community members and measured the level of respect, measured the level of procedural fairness and the entirety of procedural justice. And you looked at making sure that those actions are occurring on the street.
Thank you, because I think there's a general perception that we police certain parts of our city differently. And I think that would be important to know. I think there's a feeling that parts of Little Rock we protect and serve. I think parts of Little Rock, the people who live there feel like that we're just patrolling and controlling. And Bruce, I have one quick question for you, since the mayor snuck out on us. I know for a while you and I have been talking about our hiring process. And I know this because I know of 4 young men who were good athletes and good students. They applied to be police officers. They passed an objective physical test. They passed an objective written test, but failed an oral test, which it could be subjective, depending upon who the panel is. And I know you and Chief Buckner and I talked about that. Have we changed that process at all?
We have. First of all, the panels are very diverse. That's the first very critical point. Secondly, and we're not, when I say this, we're not lowering our standards at all, and I think that's important. But, you know, we need recruits, and we're not turning people away just on a whim. And we've talked about that with the command staff, and we've had that assurance. Now, but again, I think I want to assure the citizens of this city that we're not lowering our standards because that's very important. But we recruit very hard across the city, across the state, across the region. So we continue to adapt. Look at best practices around the country on how we can enhance our recruitment and our retention once we hire them.
Well, all these young men went through the class. They went to recruit, they went through the school, they went through the class, and none of them were offered employment. 3 of them are police officers in North Little Rock. One is in the military, and another is a police officer in Conway. And I guess my question is, what are we asking them on the oral test that we're not asking on the objective written exam? Are we looking at enunciation or body movement? I mean, what's the difference? Why would we already have a written test that's objective? And what are we asking on the oral test that we're not asking on that written test?
And I'm not sure the answer to that.
Well, you probably couldn't, but we need to look at that. I mean, we're looking at the enunciation of words or body language. So why is there a need for an oral exam? They just passed a written exam, which is objective. An oral exam could be subjective, depending upon the makeup of the panel. And that's always confused me whenever we talk about lowering our standards, and we don't want to lower our standards, and we can't find people who want to be police officers. I think that's somewhat disingenuous. I think it really has a real negative impact on our ability to get people from the city of Little Rock, who live in the city, to be police officers and want to be a part of helping keep their city safe and protected. And I think it creates some of the frustration that we're seeing in some cases. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for the work. It's wonderful work. You brought up some of the issues and questions I've been thinking about since I've been on this board, and I think it's well received, hopefully. Sometimes when you have an objective assessment of the police department or any kind of evaluation, it's couched as anti-police, but we never had that same kind of feeling or saying when we ask that of our youth programs that we're being served, that we're funding, that are being evaluated and monitored. When we ask, can we look at doing this differently? Is there a better way of doing what we're doing to produce better results? And I just think that you guys, I like what you've done, and Mayor, I support you in your recommendation and what you said in your email you sent to us.
Thank you so much, Director Richardson. Vice Mayor Hines. Then after Vice Mayor Hines, Director Compures.
Thank you. Earlier you said that what you consider best practices. So I'm trying to figure out what, if CALEA is made up of police chiefs in the United States and they have a standardization process, what makes your best practices that you look at, and what are your standards for best practices versus what CALEA does? Because it sounded like you were kind of saying CALEA standards aren't quite up to what your standards are, and I don't know I know the methodology behind CALEA standards. I don't know your methodology and where you go to get those standards.
Sure. So as it relates to the best practices, we relied on the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, law enforcement best practices, lessons learned from the field, the guiding principles on use of force, as well as other academic literature and model policies as the foundation for our developing of best practices. And to be clear, I hope that it's not coming off as we're saying CALEA is not a positive accreditation process. It is. There's areas where even CALEA accredited agencies, their policies could be improved. That's not to say that CALEA is bad in any way or should be looked at as deficient in any way.
And I would appreciate if you could get back to me with those books and stuff, the citations. You just got pretty general there, which brings me to my next question. As I looked at your executive summary on page 6, you make a objective determination based on a review of policy, procedures, practices, as well as data collected and analyzed by the assessment team. Our key findings include the following, and I want to juxtapose something and get your inspo. The first bullet point says the accountability system provides significant discretion to the chief of police, which allows for potentially inappropriate intervention. And then bullet point 3, you go on to say allegations, findings, and discipline are perceived by LRPD members to be inconsistently applied. So that's some very subjective language. But then you go on to the next 3 or 4 bullet points, making very objective determinations that say supervisors have not been adequately trained in conducting divisional investigations. Little Rock data is not comprehensive. Your language doesn't jive. So if you thought there was potentially inappropriate intervention, why would you put a subjective statement? Did you find inappropriate intervention, one, and then on the deal where you said that officers perceived that they were inconsistently applied. That seems like a subjective determination, not an objective. So either you made some determinations there you don't want to tell us about. The language doesn't jive in your executive summary when I read it. And I had to really kind of wrap my head around it when you guys started talking, and it looks like you talk about getting away from subjective, but you're making subjective statements. So I kind of was just curious about those top 3 or 4 things there, and why that language is like that.
Yes, sir. So in terms of the accountability system providing significant discretion to the chief of police, that is based on the policy. We did not look at particular cases to be able to make an objective statement that there was inappropriate discretion by the chief. We are saying that the discretion afforded to the chief is potentially problematic. And in terms of some of the ones where, so for our discussion with the officers, we spoke with, we had 4 focus groups with officers. The feedback that we got was that they believed that allegations, findings, and discipline are inconsistently applied. Again, that's the officers' perceptions, though, and we did not do a review of accountability cases to do a one-to-one comparison of similar situations to see whether there were different outcomes. In terms of the other things, though, supervisors have not been adequately trained in conducting divisional investigations. We were told that it was on the street learning, but that there was no formal training in conducting the divisional investigations. In terms of other elements of the accountability data, those are data that we have. So the ability to make an objective statement about the comprehensiveness of the data points, those we had the data for that.
All right. And it seems like you're switching between subjective and objective, and so that's where it just gives me great concern. Because in one instance, you use data to drive you to an objective determination, and on the other hand, you don't look at any of the individual actions by the said individuals to make a determination, just saying that it potentially could lead to inappropriate, and then the perception, it just seemed out of kilter for the rest of your report. The other question I have is, we were talking about officers who've been on the job, and I think, did you look at how our officers are trained in those first 1 to 5 years versus officers? Maybe the younger officers have a lot more scrutiny on them when they're first on the street as new officers. They're with the field training officer. Did you make any determinations as to maybe that had something to do with the elevation of more, I guess, incidences with those 1 to 5 year folks?
I think there's merit to that. Like I said, we did review the academy training. We reviewed the in-service training that officers have received. But like I said, when we were in responding to the prior question about this, it's pretty standard to see younger officers having more complaints. It wasn't something that we felt was a huge finding. It's actually consistent with what we would have expected, that as you are younger officers, you make more mistakes. As you grow as an officer, you improve.
All right. And then on your use of force, are any of you all trained as psychologists or use of force experts in your analysis? I mean, where do you get your basis on our use of force opinions?
Personally, I'm one of the monitors in the Portland Settlement Agreement with the Department of Justice, who heads up the use of force section. And so I do have background. I don't, if you're asking whether there's an expert determination that would be made by a court, I don't know that. But I do have the background in evaluating use of force and best practices in use of force. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And board members, I do want to make sure there's a clarification. They looked at 5 years worth of data, and we should also understand that many of these policies and procedures, they were asked to look at the pattern and practice of policies and procedures. Based on that, that's the data they received. In addition to that, many of these policies and procedures have not changed in decades. So many of these policy procedures have been on here as long as some of our longest serving board members. So I think that's good context to understand. Director Campiris.
Mr. Griswold, thank you for being here. I have a hard time knowing where to look. You're all over the room. Let me just ask you some general questions. Is there any way to go back to your first or second slide or third slide where you talk about who you interviewed?
Yes. Just the right one. In 1 second, I will make sure I can get it up.
As you're doing it, I'm just truth in advertising. First of all, I read all the report. I'm kind of like BJ. I read it. I'm not sure what I read, but that's okay. I read it anyway. Well, I didn't understand it. But so you've got 4 focus groups up here. Can you give us the breakdown of race and gender in those groups, just as a general rule?
I don't know if I have the exact numbers. I know that we did have different race, different genders that were a part of each of the focus groups. I can get you the exact numbers if you're looking for that. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the 4 focus groups, you don't, that information is it will be forthcoming, I presume.
Yes, sir.
Second, in your time, since the mayor has been here, he's been in charge of the police department since I've been here, the city manager has been. Did you interview the former people who were in charge of the police department for their perspective, the city manager and that group?
No, sir.
Any special reason why not?
The reason that we focused on the focus groups with the officers was, again, to be able to understand from the employee perspective. There's often a difference between what the policy might say and what the officers might experience. And so that's why we chose the current or the groups that we did choose. Our scope of work, we felt that the best way to spend the resources in terms of doing these interviews was to get the police officers. I think that what you're saying would be a good expansion of what we could have done. But again, we followed the scope of work and the resources that we are provided.
Okay. Then the mayor named at the beginning of this a very august group of Little Rock citizens that worked on this project. Can you tell me the interaction between them and your organization and their input
Yes,
into
sir.
this?
Yes, sir. And so I know that they had provided input in the development of the scope of work. And we presented to them a draft of this report to gather their feedback, and some of the additional areas that we reviewed were directly from them for us to provide some more perspective on.
So was that the basis for community input into this? Were they the resource that you used for community? I mean, and again, in truth in advertising, I'm a physician, so I look at papers all the time. And I'm just trying to see, where the input came in this.
Yes, though they were the community input representation. Again, it's similar to your question about those who we interviewed. I believe that the people that we interviewed and the number of people that we interviewed, I think that there's an opportunity for further engagement and further understanding. But again, with the scope of work that we had and the resources that we had, this is where we felt we could best utilize those resources.
So could you give me just a rough breakdown of where your scope of work went compared to reviewing our policies for the last 5 years, your interviews with the 4 focus groups, and the percentage of time you spent with community representatives? Just a rough breakdown.
And in terms of time devotion, or in terms of,
Or how that contributed to what you presented to us.
sure. So a lot of, I would say a majority of our effort went into being able to review. I've got the 15 areas of focus up here, looking at the current policies and the training, as well as the data assessment. I believe that took up a bulk of our time. The account or the focus groups that we were able to do, as well as the targeted interviews, you're talking about 10 or so targeted interviews involving different people and with the 4 focus groups. That took up, I would say, the next chunk of time. The community engagement element of it, like I said, was somewhat limited to us presenting a draft of the report and then gathering additional feedback for that.
Okay. As you looked at our police department, and again, as you look at the stratification of not by race or gender, but by position, are we correctly stratified when you start saying patrolmen are at the bottom and the chiefs at the top? Do we have weaknesses through the chain of personnel? And then do we have weaknesses in any of those areas that are based on experience? So if you said your police department is correctly proportioned to the number of people that you have, but you have some weaknesses in this area, that area, can you tell us that?
Are you talking demographic characteristics across ranks?
Excuse me, I didn't understand what you said. I'm sorry.
Are you asking about demographic characteristics across ranks?
I'm asking, are we training wise and number wise correctly positioned to move forward, or do we have areas that we have obvious weaknesses as we move forward that we need to correct?
I think there are areas of obvious weaknesses. Just one of the ones that comes straight to mind is the performance evaluations. A lot of officers that we spoke with said these provide little benefit, if any benefit. And so I think a lot of officers felt that they weren't getting the professional development that they could have gotten. And so when the question is Little Rock positioned well, I think that it needs to be measured. It needs to be better understood where exactly the officers are, and currently the performance evaluations don't provide a reliable metric for that.
Well, let me see if I can try one more time, then I'm gonna quit. Do we have enough patrolmen?
Director Compeers, that's not part of their scope of work. We do have a staffing study that should be complete in the next 2 months. I believe those are the questions that you want. That wasn't a part of the scope of work.
Okay, and then, I read a lot of these reports and I never know how, when you read this, and you compare us to another municipality of 200,000, give me what you think our strengths and weaknesses are compared to the other groups that you do.
It is extremely difficult to make a comparison because departments are very rarely apples to apples. If there's areas where the Little Rock Police Department could improve, we've identified that. There's areas that there is that things are better. For instance, we felt that there was again, it's difficult to do a comparison unless you have apples to apples ability to look at statistics. There's areas that could improve. I would say that overall the department it's a overall sufficient department, but I would not want that to become the only thing that is said from here. There's definitely areas for improvement.
Oh, there's always areas of improvement. I mean, you're not going to give us an F on our report.
Correct. I would not say that the department is F worthy. No, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate you being here.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I could, I would have raised my hand twice because I also would like the floor before we start the consent agenda. But I do have a couple questions. First, I want to thank CNA and the RIC committee for the time and effort to put together a 100-page report. I hadn't had the privilege to read all 100 pages like some of my colleagues, but did get a chance to go through the findings and have a couple questions that should be pretty direct. I heard a few people talk about the time frame, and they said 5 years. What 5 years? Was that the immediately preceding 5 years or a different 5 years?
Yes, sir. Immediately preceding.
Okay. Secondly, I did not follow the conversation. There was something, I think you were speaking about some disparate treatment for non-white female officers. And I just didn't follow that. So could you try to sum that up for me again?
Yep. Let me, I can pull that part of the presentation up. So what we had found is in the data analysis, a consistent trend of disparate outcomes for non-white female personnel. It's not on this slide. In our report, we show that the number of complaints received by non-white females is actually less than what would be expected given their proportion of the department.
The complaints from who? Who are the complaints from?
Either internally generated complaints or community generated complaints.
Okay.
And so as outcomes, what we had seen was that if you see here, non-white females receive 1.56 allegations per complaint. Compare that with white males, which is 1.35 allegations per complaint. And these differences are statistically significant. Same thing with the number of days to complete an investigation. Again, how long is this investigation? How long is the person waiting for the investigation to be completed? Non-white females had to wait 68.7 days, whereas white males had to wait 57.5 days. Additionally, the sustained rate, non-white females, allegations were sustained 50.8% of the time, compared with white males, which was 29.3% of the time. And as,
so
as
I'm gonna interrupt you for a second to make sure I understand the chart here. So non-white females, when they're investigated, it takes longer and they're more likely to be found to have committed whatever they're alleged of, even though proportionally they have lower complaints against them. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, let's say that let's say that non-white females make up 50% of the department. If they made up 40% of the complaints, that would be similar. I don't, I'd have to figure out the exact number that we had it in the report. It was, I believe if you're looking at a ratio, it was 0.8. I shouldn't say without actually knowing, but if you go ahead, I'll figure out the exact number. And I can
Yeah,
come back
yeah,
to
and
you.
I don't need the exact number. I was just trying to make sure I understand it conceptually, and I think I got it this time, Tom. So thank you. Thank you for going over that. One other or two more. You mentioned the nepotism policy, and I think on one of the slides, I think it was finding number 43,
Yes,
if
sir.
I'm not. So are you saying that we do not have a strong enough policy against nepotism? Am I understanding that correctly?
No, where our comment was that it didn't identify all of the different types of relationships that could be considered nepotism, and we also note in the report it also may be considered cronyism, but just with the understanding that it's not always familial relationships. It could be a godchild, it could be a long-term friend. It can go beyond familiar relationships, and that's why we had said that the list of relationships that are included could be expanded.
Okay, so if we do or have, I don't know the answer to this, but if we do or have more defined nepotism policies, that would be a step in the right direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Lastly, and I'm gonna steal Director Peck's, she does this often. She always like to end on a good note and give some congratulations. Isn't that right, Director Peck? You mentioned that our police department desires more training, and we do a good job of over the past few years doing some intervention, de-escalation, and cultural competency training. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you mentioned, and I think I understand this, what this means. You mentioned the academy training, and then you have the phrase here, in service. Just for those who are not familiar with the jargon, in service is for officers who have completed the academy who are uniform. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That have gone through the academy, that have gone through FTO, and that are considered, your normal concept of police officer.
Okay, and as an attorney, we have, maybe other attorneys in the room will correct me, but I think we need 13 hours of CLE every year to maintain our law license. Is there any standard on how many hours, or is there any literature out there on how many hours of this type of training each officer should get annually to ensure that they're staying on top of these type of things?
In service in general, are you asking specifically about cultural competency training?
Well, let's just talk about cultural competency for right now.
Ben, do you remember if there was a standard number of hours per year on this?
No, I don't recall there being a specific standard, but just it being an annual, receiving annual, and all officers within the department receiving the training, not just patrol officers, but supervisors as well. And certainly, want to emphasize that it's also quantity can be important, but certainly the quality of the training is paramount when it comes to training related to cultural competency, diversity, implicit bias. So, but I am not aware of any gold standard in terms of a certain number put on how much cultural competency training one would have.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, and I do want to again thank you guys for your work, and I'm happy to know that our police department is happy to are going through training and happy to receive more training on these issues. So that's welcome news to me. So thank you. And Mayor, if I could, I would like.
Director Phillips, we have a couple more board members. I will come back to you. We have a couple more board members that have raised their hand.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Director Adcock. Then I'll close out after Director Adcock.
Did your report show a summary such as the things that we need improvements in and the things that we're doing good or exceptional?
At the end of the report, we have a findings and recommendation list. It ends on Appendix E, which is on page 79.
Is there any reason that was not given to us in this report?
Appendix E.
The recommendations, the summary?
Appendix E, starting on page 79, has the list of all findings and recommendations.
Director Adcock, you received, the entire board received the report in page 79 on Friday.
I know we did, Mayor, but I would have liked for the summary to be given so the public could see it also.
I apologize for that. We had over 80 findings and more than those of recommendations. I didn't want to be overbearing on the half hour that we had.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Before I transition to Director Phillips, Director Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm getting used to all this technology, but I'll get used to it sooner or later. I want to thank my colleagues for asking a lot of questions that were certainly on my mind. But gentlemen, let me ask you to get some perspective, and you may have addressed this. There were 80 findings in this report. And after you'd stated that, you said there were 35 key findings, approximately 35. But you said many municipalities or many police departments are going through these same issues. So when you say many, give me some perspective on that. Is that half of the 80? Is it what, when you say many of these challenges other police departments are facing, what's the perspective you can give me on that?
So I would say that some perspective of things are, one of the big ones I would say is measuring what matters to you. And I forget who had said, who had asked the question before about, you know, what are officers thinking? It's important to measure it because once you measure it, it matters. And I think that a lot of departments don't really gather that perspective, either of the officers that they work with, that work for them, or the community members that they interact with. And so I wouldn't say that it's any single particular recommendation as much as it is things, you know, like I said, things of measuring things, as well as providing consistent and clear definitions within policies. I know that some of the body-worn camera issues are also issues that we've seen in other departments. And so I don't believe that we're trying to separate Little Rock from those other departments. I think we're saying that these are reflective of things that other departments are going through.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you also, there was a section in the report, I'm not as thorough as probably BJ and Dean in reading this whole thing. I tried to, and of course, Vice Mayor Hines with the acronyms, I got to get brought up to speed on what some of these things mean, but I read a section in this report about our Hispanic community and complaints, and it seems low. Did I read that right? Just based on the total?
Sorry.
No, go right ahead. I'm trying to figure that out. Did I read that what you said in the report, complaints from our Hispanic community are low?
No, what we found in the report is that that's an issue of how the data is collected. So when we looked at the data, we found that there was, we could find 5 complaints that were generated, that were associated with a Hispanic community member. However, when we talked with LRPD members about this, we were told that Hispanic is an ethnicity, and therefore Hispanic community members would be categorized by their race. Something that we agree with, that race and ethnicity are different concepts, but felt that this sidestepped the issue that Hispanic community members are still not being captured in the data. So I wouldn't say that there are few complaints by Hispanic community members. What we had found was that the accountability system data is limited in the way that it represents Hispanic community members. It doesn't capture them in a way that we could evaluate and assess that data.
Okay, and your recommendation on that, I don't have the report in front of me, so.
Our recommendation, sure. We recommended that LRPD capture data on both race and ethnicity, so that there is an ability to evaluate complaint trends by Hispanic community members.
Okay. And finally, your report has a recommendation, I think, near the end of the report about possibly having an independent audit committee. Tell me what your thoughts were on that. Why is that a recommendation?
Do you remember? The independent audit firm. Is this under the conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. So what we wouldn't want this report to do is be received by you all, and then nothing gets implemented. And so our recommendation merely says to hire an independent audit entity that can help you implement the recommendations that are found in this report.
So having LRPD officers implement this plan, that's separate and apart from the independent audit group that you're talking about.
The independent audit firm that we're talking about, we're just recommending that one be retained to help implement the changes and to better understand the best practices when you're going to implement, who can see, okay, this is what the recommendation was. We understand the reason for this recommendation. Here's how you implement it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
So, thank you.
Thank you. As we come to a close and get ready to transition, Director Phillips is next, and we'll carry on with the consent agenda. I just really want to take this time, one, to continue to make sure I know we heard some different things, but have some clarification. Clearly, there were 15 items that were part of the scope of work. Those items were adhered to in regards to the CNA receiving the information and the data. That data encompassed 5 years preceding 2019. So they were reviewing data from 2014 to 2019. And so that's something to be good to know. From 2014 to 2019, as I shared earlier with members of the board, that many of these policies have been in place for decades. There are some policies that were put in place in 2019. Some of those policies that were put in place, never before 2019 did we have a nepotism policy. We received enhanced cultural competency in 2019. And as well, we received body-worn cameras in 2019. So I just want to have that clarification that the data review was for 2014 to 2019. Much of those policies have not been changed in decades. The new policies that were put in place were nepotism, cultural competency, and body-worn cameras. Secondly, for those who are watching online, as well as those in the room, this 104-page document can be viewed at littlerock.gov/LRPD audit. You just go to our website and you'll be able to locate it there and view it in its entirety. Thirdly, I've asked Chief Humphrey and his command staff to appoint a task force from both the Little Rock Fraternal Order of Police as well as the Black Police Officers Association to review the 80 findings and recommendations and to figure out how to best implement many of these findings where it shows. And so again, and that's a good segue to share our appreciation to the men and women of Little Rock Police Department for being open to this independent audit. It helps us to be more accountable, clear, and transparent, but also what it shows is what we've done well and areas that we can improve. And I think that's a great way when we're working to have 21st century community policing is figuring out ways that we can grow our department, ways we become more inclusive, more accountable, clear, and transparent. And this is what we do. And so I just want to say thank you to the men and women of Little Rock Police Department for being open to this, to participating. And again, I've asked Chief Humphrey and his command staff to appoint members of the FOP as well as the BPOA. And Chief Humphrey, if you would make sure that we try to get this going before November 1st with those appointees. That being said, and also again to CNA for this very balanced report for the years 2014 to 2019 and your expert. I was not aware that you were part of the Portland settlement and having that type of expertise with the U.S. Department of Justice. It speaks to, as I know, that you all have been covering a lot of cities across the nation. I also want to take time again to share our appreciation to the men and women of our independent review committee to spend a lot of time developing the scope of practice for CNA to do the research and the analysis to get us to this point. And we're so grateful for their community input, a part of this process. So thank you so much there. I'll now transition. I know we have Director Phillips has a question, and then we'll try to get to our consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. And also thank you for the clarification about the 5 years, because when I asked the question, I thought he meant 2020 to 2015. So good clarification. I want to share some thoughts quickly, Mayor, and then end this with making a motion to amend our agenda. Last week, I spoke what some have described as passionately about where we are in city government. I spoke from the heart. I quoted Jay-Z and Allen Iverson. I did some reflection, and today I want to speak again, but I want to speak from my head. Hashtag holding everybody in Arkansas down. Terrence, will you put up that presentation for me? You pull that up? I'm sure this never been done before, but I'm not afraid to do things that haven't been done before. I'm going to make a motion to change the form of government in the city of Little Rock. That includes the mayor's power to hire and fire the city manager and the city attorney. It also includes getting rid of the at-large directors for regional directors, which includes myself. That means that I won't be here if this motion passes. When I ran on the premise that I wanted to create a better Little Rock. And I think a better Little Rock can happen without at-large directors, including me. So you can call it a suicide mission if you want. Can you go to the next slide, Terrence? Before I do that, though, I don't know if anyone noticed, but I try to be very clear during the board meetings. I know a lot of people watch online, that go back and watch, so I want things to be clear on what we're doing. Last week, again, I was speaking passionately, I was speaking from my heart. I don't think I was clear on what happened last week. So I want to be clear. Under Arkansas law, that's cited there, Arkansas Code 1461-109, this board, which I'm a member of, has the authority to draw the lines in the city of Little Rock. Last week, a motion was made and passed. That motion did not change this board's authority. People have called me, text me, emailed me, and asked me what happened. What was that ordinance about? It came fast. We couldn't follow. So I want to make sure that the community is clear on what happened. We didn't change the board's ability to draw the lines. That's unchanged. That's Arkansas law. What we did do, we gave the city manager the obligation to lead the process and draw those lines for us. My understanding of why that happened is because we received an email a couple of days before, and our board decided that we would like the city manager to handle the process instead of other folks. Again, I expressed my opinion about that. I think it's unnecessary, but so I won't restate that. And then last week, there was an article in the Arkansas Democrat Gazette that said the Little Rock city manager gets to review the mayor's draft, which shows a change, in my opinion, of authority and structure. Usually, if there's a boss, then the boss gets the review, not the other way around. So that's why I was concerned. And if you go to the next slide, please, Harris. And I know there's some concern when Antoine talks. Antoine's talking on behalf of the mayor, and I said last week, I'm a grown man, I speak for myself, and I'm gonna repeat that as many times as I need to change the narrative, because I'm reclaiming my narrative. But I also think sometimes it's good to give context. So I found this article that I was interviewed in October 2020 by the Arkansas Democrat Gazette when I was a candidate, before I was on the board, before any person even voted for Antoine Phillips across the city. And I said at that time, in October 2020, if I'm fortunate enough to be on the city board, I would move to get rid of at-large directors. I said that over about a year ago. It was October 4, 2022. There's the receipts. So I want to let everyone know that this is something that I've been thinking about, passionate about for a long time. It didn't change when I got on the board. And actually, I think that's part of the reason why the city of Little Rock voted for me, because I said that's what I was going to do. And that's what I'm here to do. Next slide, please. Timing is everything. Timing is very important. Timing is so important that I was thinking about running for LRC in 2016, and I talked to people close to me, and they said, Antoine, you weren't ready. You should wait. I took those folks' advice because I respect them, and I believe that they were looking out for my best interests. So in 2020, the time was right. So I ran for office, and fortunately enough, the city of Little Rock elected me to sit in this seat to express my opinions. Part of the reason why I ran in 2020 is because I was inspired by Dr. Martin Luther King's letter from the Birmingham jail. And obviously at that time, he was talking about civil rights movement and what it meant to obtain civil rights for Black people in our country. But what he said that really hit me was that wait almost means never. Wait almost means never. So oftentimes when people tell you to wait, they just mean they don't want you to do it. And that's how I interpreted it. And I've used that to propel me in other areas of my life. Another thing that he said in that letter from Birmingham jail that I didn't include in this is that things just don't get better with time. Dr. King said that we have this notion that things will just get better over time. Things don't just get better. You have to work to make things better. We just can't say, well, tomorrow's gonna be better. Well, if you don't do the work, tomorrow's gonna be like yesterday. And we're here to do the work. And we just can't assume that every day we come here, stuff is gonna get better unless we work to make it better. So with that said, I'm no longer waiting to try to make Little Rock better as it relates to the form of government. Again, timing is everything. Today is October 26, 2021. And you'll see this later in the slides. But on October 25th, 2019, a report was issued by a group that this board selected together about the form of government. So we're almost literally 2 years to the date where we had recommendations about changing the form of government. Next slide, please. But when I decided, I guess over a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, to really think about the form of government and how our city operates, I had to do some research. Some of these things were not taught to me growing up. No one shared them with me. So I went back and I did research. And our city form of government, a city manager form of government started in the 50s. And anyone who lives in Little Rock knows the 50s is probably what Little Rock is most known for. That's when Little Rock 9 desegregated Little Rock Central High School. That's when President Eisenhower was sending federal troops to our city. So all this was happening in the 50s. And I want to give context. And I know a lot of my colleagues up here, they're aware of this context, but I want to share this with the citizens who are watching so they have the context. I think it was 1956, Mayor Woodrow Mann was elected to be mayor of the city of Little Rock. Back in those days, mayors were partisan. Obviously, we're nonpartisan now. He ran as a Democrat, and he was elected. When he got in office, he did a few things that tended to be controversial as it relates to a racial standpoint. He had influence on changing and integrating the bus system. He removed signs at City Hall that said, and I want to make sure I get this right, that black people had to use different drinking cups and different water fountains at City Hall. He doubled the number of black police officers in the city. It wasn't a high number, it went from 2 to 4, but it was double. He made some appointments of black people to some city boards that hadn't been done before. And according to the literature, again, I'm 37, I wasn't around in the 50s, so I'm just telling you what I read. That was the idea that there was a growing black population and a growing union movement that was happening that propelled Mayor Mann to the mayoral seat. And apparently that got some people concerned about what was happening in the city of Little Rock. And then a group was formed called the Good Government Committee. The Good Government Committee, they were concerned about what happened in the city of Little Rock and decided, you know what? We need a city manager form of government. We need to take the politics out of our city. We need a city manager to operate our city instead of an elected mayor. Part of the reason for this is because there were some like grand jury investigation about purchasing issues, and that was allegedly the impetus for the Good Government Committee. But the literature I read said that those allegations was mostly smoke and not a lot of fire. As a result of the Good Government Committee's work, there was an election, I think it was in '56, for the city to vote on the city manager form of government. And our city passed the city manager form of government in 1956. Under that form of government, there are going to be 7 members on the city board, all elected at large. And those city board members would select a city manager who would operate the city. And from those 7 members, they would self-select who the mayor would be. That won convincingly in 1956, won 2-1. My understanding of the literature, Mayor Mann decided, you know, well, that's a very dramatic change. It doesn't line up with the Arkansas law. So we need to have another election. Well, let me back up. Because after the Good Government Committee had their election, apparently they were able to convince members of the Arkansas State Legislature to make changes to Arkansas law as it relates to the city manager form of government. And then as a result, Mayor Mann then called for another election, hoping that under the position that what the city of Little Rock voted on and what Arkansas law is were inconsistent. So we need another election to make sure what we voted on was in compliance with the Arkansas law. Well, Little Rock voted again and it passed again. And that was in 1957. Next slide. I think I'm at the next slide. Oh, not yet. Go back. Thank you, Terrace. I should also mention that in 1956, after the Good Government Committee made the movement to have a city manager form of government, they also had a slate of candidates who they wanted to serve as a Little Rock City Board, with my understanding being that if they knew who those people were, then they knew who the city manager would be, and that Little Rock would operate under a certain fashion. Next slide. My understanding that form of government continued through the 90s. And then in the 90s, we started having a few different citizen-led committees about changing the form of government in the city of Little Rock. One of those was the Little Rock Fair Representation Campaign. I think that was in '92. Under that proposal, there will be 6 at-large directors and a popularly elected mayor. That failed. There was a election, it did not pass. Then there was the mayor council form of government campaign, which is pretty straightforward. That also failed. In 1993, there was a different group called Future Little Rock. And again, I'm just reading about these things. In 93, I was in 3rd grade. So if I'm saying things wrong, and I know people here experience all this, they may know better than me. I'm not above being corrected if I'm getting the facts wrong. But my understanding in 1993, there was a group called Future Little Rock. And their proposal was, let's have 10 board members, 7 wards, 3 at large. That proposal passed and was gradually phased in 1997. However, during that time, the city board continued to self-select the mayor for the first year, from 93 to 94. In 1994, we had our first popularly elected mayor, well, not first, I guess first again in a long time, popularly elected mayor in the city of Little Rock, but that mayor was still part-time and what the literature describes as ceremonial. In 2001, my understanding of Vision Little Rock was to have a full-time mayor to begin here in the city of Little Rock as a full-time mayor, but still what the literature describes as ceremonial. Then 2007 was when I started paying attention. I was in law school, and I remember there was an election for what people were calling a strong mayor. That election happened in September. I remember it, and I voted for it, for us to have a strong mayor who has the authority to operate the city in a more representative fashion than what has happened in years past. And we operate under that form of government to this day, where we have a strong mayor and then also this quasi, what I call quasi-city manager form of government, where you still have a city manager form of government that was birthed in the 50s related to political reasons. And then, you know, literally 50 years later, in 2007, we have an election for a strong mayor. So now we have this, what some people call hybrid form of government. Next slide, please. So because of this hybrid form of government, I remember this vividly because I was getting very involved in our city. The city board in December of 2018 elected passed a resolution for the Little Rock Governance Structure Study Group. It's a long name. And as I said earlier, it was a number of folks who produced their report, and we're thankful for their work and their recommendations. And like I said earlier, literally almost 2 years to date, October 25th, 2019, they produced a report. Ashley, will you pass out those handouts, please? I learned as a lawyer, you don't pass out handouts while you're talking because people just look at the paper. So you wait to the end. The recommendations in that report is that we have a minimum election requirement for directors. Another recommendation in that report is that we have regional districts, that we get rid of the at-large directors, so no one will be voted on throughout the entire city. You have to live in a certain part of the city, then represent what in other cities they call super wards. Again, that would get rid of Antoine as a Little Rock at-large city director. I want to make that very clear, and I understand exactly what I'm doing. It could change the number of board members. I think if I read the report correctly, there was some back and forth on that. But if there was the idea to keep 10 members, that we will continue with the 7 ward members and 3 regional directors. Their report also included the mayor's authority to hire and fire the city manager to have a more efficient, streamlined, and accountable form of government. And lastly, probably my favorite recommendation, now that I'm on the board orientation and relationship development. I've been on the board 10 months. It is definitely a baptism by fire. Director Miller, I'm sure you can appreciate that, being on the board 2 weeks now. Relationship development is something that's sorely needed. I want to be friends with my colleagues. I know from the open meeting laws, it makes it hard for us to get together. But we need to figure out a way, if we need to have Channel 4, Channel 7 and the paper show up with us in the room, and we learn about our favorite movies, our favorite dishes, your favorite vacation spot. We need to develop relationships on a more personal level, so it's just not when we come into this boardroom. Those are the recommendations that were made, and there are 2 draft ordinances that I passed around that reflect those recommendations. I would like to add those to the agenda at this point. Let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything. I told you I was going to talk with my head and not my heart. So I want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Oh, no, I am forgetting something. Another reason why timing is important. Last week we voted that our city manager has the authority to draw the lines. What a better time to draw regional districts than when we draw lines for all the wards. I think it's the perfect time. So I would ask the city manager, as part of your duties to redraw the lines, please add this to the list of things to do of redrawing the regional districts so we can have things to look at. And at that point, Mayor, I would like to make a motion to add those 2 ordinances that were passed around to today's agendas to be voted on next week.
Second.
There's a
Point of order, Mayor. That would be out of order in our agenda meeting. If Director Phillips would like to add this to the agenda, he would need to bring it up Tuesday, much in the same factor I did last week and ask for a vote of the board to add it to our agenda on the night of our board meeting.
I'll allow the parliamentarian to respond, and I would like to respond, Mayor.
parliamentarian.
The way that it would work is you're not in a meeting for voting. Y'all basically come to consensus on your agenda. So the vote would actually take place at the board meeting on Tuesday night, and it would take the 8 votes to put it on the agenda.
Okay, so we can't add anything to the agenda today, correct? No other resolutions or motions can be added today? Is that correct?
Well, the manager can add things to the agenda, but the board members can't without the voting mechanism.
Okay, well, we can't vote today. So city manager, can you add this to the agenda?
Director Phillips, much like the ordinance that you all will be dealing with tonight and voting next Tuesday, Director Richardson's ordinance, typically when a board member is a sponsor of an ordinance, they introduce it and it's voted on by the board.
And this may go back to coincidentally, timing is everything, right? We just heard a presentation from CNA about making sure that we have consistency, because there were some inconsistencies as they talked about the police department. And city manager, I would present to you that there's been times that people have added things to the agenda that did not go through that process. So I'm not sure why this would be different than those other times. Can you explain that?
Director Phillips, I'll give you an example today, or actually last Tuesday. Director Hines, Vice Mayor Hines sent out 2 ordinances, one that you all acted on and another one that deals with the city manager's spending authority. And that was not introduced. So he understood that that would not go on this agenda. It'll be on the agenda after the next meeting. So I think from a standpoint of board members wanting to sponsor ordinances or resolutions, typically during my tenure, they have always been added by the board member.
Okay, and I just want to be clear. I asked you to add it to the agenda. Are you telling me you will not do that?
Director Phillips, if the board member is sponsoring a ordinance, the board member introduces it, and if you have 8 votes on Tuesday, then it gets added to the agenda. If not, then it would go on the November 9th agenda.
Mr. Parliamentarian, did you not just say that the city manager could add it to the agenda if you so choose?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your.
I thought you just said that the city manager can add something to the agenda if he so choose.
The ordinance that sets forth members bringing forth an ordinance or resolution for vote also has a provision in there that the city manager sets the agenda and he can add it. If he doesn't add it, then you've got to go through it. As a matter of right, since you've introduced these two today at an agenda meeting, it would be on the agenda, not the next meeting, but the meeting after next.
I understand that. So that would be the next meeting. So again, city manager, I'm just asking yes or no question. The parliamentarian said you have the authority to do it. Will you do it, yes or no?
I will not.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, I'm sorry, I have to go. I have a speaking engagement. So I guess we can't have this on the agenda, but understanding from the parliamentarian that it will be on the next meeting agenda for November 9th. Is that correct?
No, it would be on the meeting agenda for the second meeting in November.
Right, so it'll be on the agenda for November 9th to be voted on November 16th.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
George
So-
Phillips, I think it's
typically-
important. I mean, you can introduce this next Tuesday, just as the vice mayor did last Tuesday with an ordinance. So I just want to be clear about that. I know you're saying November 9th, but you do have the right to add it, or request it to be added next Tuesday.
I understand that, but the city manager, the city attorney said as a matter of right, it will be on there for November 9th. I will bring it back next Tuesday. If I get the votes to add it, it will be added next Tuesday. If not, we'll do it on November 9th.
Well, let me follow what Mr. Moore said, Mayor. Typically, if it doesn't fall within that process, unlike the passage of items on our agenda, to add something like that would require 2/3 vote, and I think we did that with an issue with Lance last week during the meeting, not during the agenda meeting. So I think that I would recommend that you bring it back up and see if you can get it added next week. It's going to require 2/3 votes.
That's what I'll do. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. See y'all next week.
We'll now move to the consent agenda.
Frank,
You got a question for the consent agenda,
well,
Director Computers?
I'm not sorry to bring this up. I sent a note and a resolution that hopefully next week I will ask to be on the agenda so we can talk about the settlement. I'm just going to alert everybody that it's there, but I've sent you an explanatory note from me and a resolution that Tom wrote as I dictated. So I hope you look at it. Next week I'll do it because there is a time crunch about us making a decision before it goes to probation. So I hope we can get it on next week. If we don't, we're going to lose our opportunity to have any input. So thank you. That's all I need to say.
Director Wright?
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Mr. Moore, I think there needs to be a correction on resolution number 3. It's a Canis Road improvement from the Business Park Drive to Michael Drive, but the synopsis says the 3rd Street Merchants Association in downtown Little Rock is seeking board approval. Do you see that?
That was, you're right, that goes with number 2.
Okay, so I'm assuming I understand that this is the project that I've been waiting on that's going to kind of help straighten out that curve.
Correct. And the other thing, it's so funny, I didn't read the synopsis, but I looked at it and saw it didn't have the funding source, and the funding source is 3/8 cent in bond money, so that's what I had Susan add, but I didn't even read the synopsis. But yeah, that goes with the item 2, but we'll get that corrected.
We'll get that corrected. And Mayor, when we finish the agenda, as a part of our policy discussion, I want to talk about multifamily development, if you will please permit that.
For tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we didn't have, we kind of have a
I
schedule.
have something I wanted to pass out.
Oh, if it's just to pass out, but we
Yeah,
try to
but
stick to the.
But I wanted to, there's some policy recommendations in this document that I would like, I our planning department to review, similar to what I presented before about some changes to our multifamily. And this is an issue that's burning hot. And I wanted, got copies from my colleagues so they can understand it. So if I could talk about it briefly during
Yes, ma'am.
policy,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd appreciate. I don't want to take up, we've already been here 2 hours, so thank you.
All right. Any more questions for planning into items 5 through 7? Seeing none. Any questions on number 8?
Mayor, I'm sorry, on, like a review on 5 from Director Collins. There's been some changes that were brought to him today.
Director Collins, can someone go get him?
Mayor, I apologize, there was a delay in the video. Could I get the question again for item 5?
Jamie, in our attachments, is this the new plan you called me about today, or is this the existing plan?
It should be sketch 2 of 2, if we could pull that one up. Yes, that one right there is the latest site plan.
Okay, we don't have that on our agenda, I don't think.
Yeah, we uploaded it so that I could, if you asked, I could bring it up, let you look at it, then explain a little bit what the difference to the previous site plan is. If you start on the west side or the left-hand side of the site, the difference is the median has not been cut into to add the left turn lane. Essentially, that right turn lane is more going onto their site. So the 3 lanes that is required pursuant to the master street plan, it will not go into the median, it will go to the east side. And in doing so, that property line will shift a little bit. And then the building itself with all adjoining parking lots and drives shifted to the east to accommodate a larger setback. But the DOD setback is 30, but I believe in that deed restriction, there was a larger setback. So they are accommodating that setback by the restriction. And in doing so, there was 3 parking stalls that is on the south side of that building that had to be removed. And so that is the change of the site from what was previously submitted to us. And it's my understanding that could potentially meet the Architectural Control Committee. That has not been confirmed yet because I just was able to put it on and present it to y'all.
Okay. And so you don't think this constitutes a substantial change that needs to go back to Planning Commission?
No, because as far as the intersection or the lane configuration, that is really a master street plan configuration. All that we're looking for is just the 3 lanes and just a general shift is not changing the layout of it, the general configuration of it. So I do not believe that this is substantial enough that would constitute going back before the Planning Commission.
Okay. I know that Come and Go is meeting with several of the neighborhood groups this week. The other thing other than the site plan has been the hours of service. So that if a change in hours of service were made, it would have to be proffered by the applicant, correct? If they meet some kind of agreement?
That is correct. The general zoning is C3 for this property. The only item that puts it before a plan development for this board is of the lot line adjustment, which brings it back down below the 2-acre limit. And in commercial developments, we do not set the time frame of operations. For this particular one, a convenience store with gas pumps, we do not set the operation in our zoning code. It has to come up by the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for item 7 and 8? Director Computers.
Jamie, as you might imagine, there's been lots of communication on this.
Yes, I've seen the emails go through that is copied to the board.
Could you summarize their thoughts and give them your counterweight opinion on it?
Okay. In general, there were several thoughts. I think the dominant thought in the emails that I've seen was that this area of Highway 10 did not need another convenience store with gas pumps. There was also concerns just about the hours of operation at that location and the traffic that could potentially be generated off of Highway 10 to Shenandoah. And then the other one that I seen was the hours of operation, just due to the proximity to other residential neighborhoods in that area and just the noise in general of what could happen if it was operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In regards, in staff's opinion regarding the number of gas stations along Highway 10, typically a gas station is not a draw location. What I'm saying is people do not drive halfway across the city to get to a particular gas stations. Most convenience stores and gas stations, you go to them by your proximity, whether it's on your way to work, on your way back, or you're going to another destination to stop by and pick this up. So it typically is not a traffic generator per se, like a Costco would be, that people go there specifically. The traffic that they would generate typically comes from people along that route, and it may add to a little bit because people are where they may like a gas station or a typical brand of gas station, maybe a half a mile away, and this one may be closer. They may start going to that one. But in general, it's not a trip generation that they're going to pick up several miles away from that location. And so when a gas station does come in, what we have seen is that it does affect some of the patrons to other same convenience stores in the area. The question is how many is too many? And that would typically depend on the location. As people have drove around, and I'm sure the board members drove around the city, there is gas stations across the intersection from another gas station. And it all just depends on what the route is. So in our opinion, is this corridor inundated with gas stations? I do not believe it's inundated with gas stations. And also, please keep in mind that as the city grows out west, there are subdivisions that's been added in that location, more out Canis recently out there. So I do believe that there is a need for some more of this type of operation in that area. For the traffic scenario and congestion, that is a lighted intersection. And is also limited in how their movement just by what operation of Highway 10 is at the location. I think the main point of that traffic was the removal of a portion of that center island that is, or median island that is on Shenandoah. With this new layout, I think some of those concerns would go away. We was not looking to necessarily remove the island per se, just get in the 3 lanes on that east side or that northbound, either turning left, going straight, or turning right. As far as the hours of operation, there is a point to be made for the hours of operation and location and proximity to it. But it would also, you'd have that same discussion of some other commercial development just south that we don't limit their operations on hours. So they could potentially have the same hours of operation. I would say that the point made for more noise in that scenario is something that be more viable necessarily than the hours of operation. Now, as far as the noise goes, unless there is patrons that stay at the convenience store out in the parking lot, most noise that you're going to get is from just the vehicle stopping, people walking to and from the convenience store. And there is convenience stores in the location that has that type of operation, that just over time people tend to hang out more at those locations. That has not been the case in more of the gas stations that you see or convenience store along that Highway 10. So I do understand that concern, but I haven't seen that in some of those other locations on Highway 10. And I think that was the last one that I saw on there, unless I've missed some on some of the emails that I've seen.
You got most of them.
Okay.
Any more, Director Peck?
Yes, thank you. And Jamie, I know you've seen most of the emails, but in addition to those, I know a lot of people that live in Shenandoah, Bayonne, and other places. And, you know, I've talked to Vice Mayor Hines a little bit about this. And I'll just take Murphy Oil, for example. It's happening place because gas stations just aren't gas stations anymore. They're fast food restaurants. I mean, people go, they're grocery stores, they're drug stores. It's just come to Murphy Oil about 10 p.m. I drive by there all the time. I'm very concerned about the people that live near there. Do you know how far it is from Murphy Oil to the proposed site? What, mile and a half or so?
I'll have to get that and get it back to everybody. I don't know
Not
off the top of my head.
Anyway, I have gotten so many emails about this, and Vice Mayor Hines, I hate to step on your toes. This is your ward, but I have told you about my concerns. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Any more, Director Adcock?
Jamie, when Come and Go came to Southwest Little Rock, there was lots of objections to it, but they agreed to contribute some funds to different projects in Southwest Little Rock, and in the beginning they did, then all of a sudden it just kind of went away. Would you check to see if that was an agreement that was in their agreement to build that Come and Go at Chico and Baseline?
I will check and see.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Adcock. Seeing no other questions, we'll now go to item number 8, our second quarter financial report from our Chief Financial Officer, Sarah Linehan. And Sarah, we want, since you're already going to get started, if you will roll right into our policy discussion. Mr. Collins, if you'll wait to the end of the presentation, because Director Wright is going to briefly discuss, I'm going to accept an addition to the policy discussion for a very brief discussion on multifamily. So if you'll remain here, please. So, Director Linehan, if you would, just roll right after you get done with the second quarter financial report, roll right into the financial reporting and restrictive reserve ordinances.
Yes, Mayor.
And then we'll conclude the meeting, and then we'll jump right into the policy discussion of the emergency declaration. So I don't want you to stand up and then sit down and come back.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So this is the second quarter financial report. We have issued the July financial report since this was prepared, and we are currently working on the August financial report, but there has been some delay trying to get into a meeting with some of the big discussion topics that have occurred the last several meetings. So this is the second quarter report. Let me see if I can advance. Okay. So as of the end of June, the city had collected 52% of our annual revenues compared to 44.54% the same period a year ago. You can see very easily on the trend line when you hit the January, February, in between those two, which is actually those are the revenues for January and February collected in March and later. That's where those lines begin to separate because they're in comparison, the red being prior year, to really the onset of the pandemic, where revenues were more depressed in the prior year. So on the next slide, you see the dollars. Through the end of June, the city had collected $106,773,000 of the annual revenue budget, compared to $92,588,000 in the same period a year ago, and compared to one half of the annual budget, which is $102,623,795. All of the numbers I'm giving, I just want to make sure you understand this is before the budget amendment that we adopted recently. So compared to the original adopted budget, this is the comparison by category. You'll notice on the first line, the property tax revenues are below budget, but here, just due to the annual timing of property tax revenues, you can see that they are almost $2 million ahead of the same period a year ago. If you'll recall, the reason for this is that we received our excess commission payment from the county that is associated with 2020 in March of 2021, which was too late to include it in our 2020 financials. And so that revenue is reflected in 2021 this year only, and then assuming we receive the revenues on time in the current year, this would not carry forward to the next year. Part of the reason for the delay during 2021 was the snowstorm event that we had that delayed the county distribution of those funds. The sales tax line, you can see, is ahead of 1/2 of the annual budget by $7 million at this point, and I'll talk in more detail about the components of that as we move forward. Licenses and permit revenues were ahead of budget, $3.2 million, and that's because the business licenses, which represent about 6.85 million of the annual licenses and permits, are received. They're due annually on the first of the year. And then the property tax, the permitting revenues and the mixed drink supplemental revenues are received more ratably throughout the period, but those initial revenues are for the business licenses. The intergovernmental line you'll see is below budget, 5.5 million, and that's because those are received one time annually in June. Charges for services exceed the budget by $575,793, and prior year revenues by over $2.2 million. The start of the pandemic in early 2020 forced temporary closures of the zoo, the golf courses, parks and recreation facilities, the river market, the fitness center. Most of those charges for services are seasonal, with a concentration of revenues in the spring and summer. The zoo and golf revenues have increased 1.6 million and 280,000 respectively over 2020. So overall, those revenues improved significantly during the current 2021 year. Our investment income revenue is below budget, primarily attributed to historically low short-term interest rates. And then the miscellaneous income was below budget, and that was due to the timing of some police pension fund revenues and a decline in workers' compensation claim reimbursements that typically hit that line. So when you compare the revenues to the same period a year ago, you'll see some of those differences I was talking to in the timing of revenues as opposed to comparison to budget. So now, rather than being below, general property tax revenues again are that $2 million above budget, having to do with the timing of those excess premium collections that the state collects that we received, or excuse me, that the county receives that we received too late to recognize in 2020. Again, the licenses and permits now is 527,000 above budget instead of, over 3 million because of the timing of general revenues. And you see the big change in our charges for services, again, due to the impact of the pandemic on prior year revenues. The next slide shows the sales tax percentage of growth. The red represents the city local tax. The green represents the county tax, which is the county 1 cent. It's the city's share of that. And then the blue is the blended rate. So you can see that in the second quarter, June, July, and August, the sales tax revenues increased 17.4%, 25.3%, and 14.2% respectively over the same period a year ago. The categories, and I'll show some of this detail on the categories on a couple of the next slides. So again, the average collection, you can see 17.43% for June, 25.33% received in July, but the amount for June is actually April revenues. It was collected in June, May revenues collected in July, and then June revenues collected in August that increased the 17.43%, 25.33%, and 14.24% respectively. So this shows year to date. You can see in March and April, the variance was much lower than it became as we moved into the months that were in comparison to the pandemic. Over the last 12 months, the revenue has grown 7.65% over the previous 12 months. So now we're going to take a look at some of the top NAICS categories, which we do not receive any information from the state regarding specific companies. It's all by NAICS code. So you can see that some of the largest growth category for the city's local tax was iron and steel mills and ferroalloy manufacturing. And you can see that during 2021, this category on the local 1.5-cent tax brought in over $1.3 million in revenue compared to $32,000 the same period a year ago, which is almost a 4,000% increase. So that has a lot to do, I think, with some of the major construction projects, such as the I-30 crossing that's going on with all the steel being placed there. As we've discussed previously, with local tax revenues, there's the opportunity for businesses, governments, and nonprofits to claim a rebate of the taxes paid on any invoice in excess of $2,500. So that local tax could be recaptured from any period up to a year after the purchase is made under state law. So we have not, this is not normal, a normal growth category for the city. We are not projecting this to continue into the future at this rate, and we're being cautious because it could be pulled back and rebated over the next 6 to 12 months. The next largest growth category is electronic shopping and mail order houses. So this represents primarily the out-of-state related interstate or internet sales tax revenues. So for businesses that are not located within the state, but outside the state. And that revenue has grown $628,000 for the local 1.5-cent tax, which is a 37% increase. So also a lot of buyers during the pandemic moved to online shopping. I want to be clear though, this does not represent all online shopping, because if you shop at a store that's located within the state, rather than showing up in this category, it shows up in the category of the store. So like clothing stores or general merchandise or whatever, if it's a store that was already within the state. So you can see the other categories. I mean, most of these have to do with comparisons to the pandemic period. You'll see food service and drinking places. This is a revenue that's increased 40% over the same period a year ago, and that's due to the suppression during the closures that took place in the prior year. Same thing with full service restaurants. You'll see natural gas distribution. This one I think has a lot to do with the snowstorms and the extreme cold weather events we had in the first quarter of the year, and then and so on. So we'll move now to the county for perspective. You can see in the county, the electronic shopping and mail order houses was the top growth category. Here, the iron and steel mills and ferroalloy manufacturing, up until June, it was in the top 10 for the county. It just fell just below the top 10 categories due to a second quarter. There was 1 month in the second quarter last year where there was a high category in the county in this area that we think had to do with the construction of the Amazon facility out at the port. But you'll see otherwise, the categories of growth are very similar to that of the city. So the revenue that was provided by the 2012 1-cent sales tax, through the end of June in the current year, the tax has generated $29.9 million. of which 18.7 million went to operations for things like the park facilities, the police and fire that were hired and retained, zoo expansion, the different things that were included in the sales tax. The 3/8 cent is the portion that was dedicated to capital service or capital projects that expires at the end of this year. So it brought in 11.2 million through June. And again, you'll see in comparison to the same period a year ago, that's a 15.66% growth rate. As you look on the lower half of the slide, you can see when the tax was passed, we assumed a growth rate, thinking we were conservative because previously growth year over year was in the 4% range. Subsequent to the passage of this tax, growth in sales tax slowed significantly. A lot, I think, due to the erosion of internet sales tax that was not included and not collected over those years. But the growth rate was only 0.76%, then 1.42%. We had one year that did exceed the 2% growth rate. You'll see most of the others fell below that until 2019, before the pandemic, and then an actual decline during 2020, but that's also when we began collecting internet sales on out-of-state sales for the first time mid-year. So because of the shortfall, the growth rate falling below the 2% per year, the revenues will not reach the full amount that we anticipated the tax would generate in total. But the projects will receive, those that were not completed early due to short-term financing and that type of thing will receive 96% of the original anticipated funding. And as we've discussed before, all of the projects, with the exception of the courts building, will be completed. The next slide shows our electric franchise fees. The adopted budget was $13.9 million, which is an increase of 4.7% from the 2020 amended budget. This is based on information received from Entergy for our forecast. The actual revenues are only 0.99% above prior year, even though usage has increased 7.79. There have been some riders that dropped off, but the revenue has not kept pace with the original projection, and this is one of the items that was included in the budget amendment that we brought forward recently, as well as the increase in sales tax and the other variances that we've already discussed. Gas franchise fees, on the other hand, they had projected, the budget was $2,878,000, reflecting a decrease of 8% from the 2020 final amended budget. But and traditionally, our first quarter revenues are the strongest period for gas revenues, but with the extreme cold weather event that we had in the snowstorm in February, usage increased significantly to 12.7%, and revenues are actually up 10.3%. And this was also reflected in the budget amendment that we brought forward. Now we'll shift to our expenditures. So our expenditures have really stayed in line with where they were last year for the most part. Through the first 6 months of the year, you'll see the blue and the red lines are almost on top of each other. The green is 50% of the annual budget. So we had expended 48.24% of our annual budget compared to 46.4% the same period a year ago. The expenditures are approximately $3.6 million below budget through June and approximately $4 million above the same period a year ago. So we had expended $97,370,000 of our expenditure budget compared to $612, or half of our annual budget was $100,924,979, and compared to $93,353,008 the same period a year ago. Now there are some things that are contributing to this, and we'll talk about it more on the next slide, but the timing of debt service payments has a lot to do with the timing of expenditures. Those occur on the anniversary of the issuance of the debt, and then also contributions that are actuarially determined to some of our defined benefit plans occur later in the year as well. So as we look at it by department, the positive number represents a favorable variance in comparison to budget. So there are no unfavorable variances presented on this first slide. You'll notice there are high favorable variances in both finance and information technology. Finance's variance is primarily just due to the number of vacancies. We've had 8 to 10 vacant positions throughout the year that is contributing almost $300,000 to the favorable variance. And then information technology, their expenditures are below budget by $479,000, and the timing of some of the software maintenance renewal contracts, those are contributing $301,000 or almost $302,000 to the favorable variance. In addition, they had 3 vacancies that were contributing additional favorable variances there. As we look at the next slide, you'll now see some negative variances. In the golf, this was due to both part-time money that was expended above budget, and one of the variances was the purchase of Pro Shop merchandise. As things began to reopen, golf was a very popular activity. The revenues exceeded budget. People were buying at the Golf Pro Shop. They were buying additional merchandise for the Pro Shop, and their expenses went up. This was reflected in the budget amendment and is more than offset by the increased revenue. Jim Daly Fitness and Aquatic Center had a positive variance. They were still slow to reopen. You'll see the zoo had a negative variance, and theirs too was attributed to all of the increased activity at the zoo. Their revenues, as I mentioned earlier, were $1.6 million higher than the same period a year ago, and they actually achieved the original annual forecast by the end of July. So they had additional expenses associated with the gift shop. They also had some maintenance expenses that we had reduced from their budget, anticipating revenues to still be below, which we added back when we did our amendment. The fire department here shows a negative variance of $1.1 million. This is a combination of things. The personnel, the overtime, which we did adjust in the budget amendment, through the end of June was $1.7 million over budget, and this was partially offset by the timing of the contributions to the pension plan for the closed fire plan. Those contributions are made when property tax revenues come in, so there's a larger, there's a dedicated 1% tax levy, and those, when they come in October, that's when the biggest contribution is made to LOPV for that closed plan. Police, on the other hand, had a favorable variance of $1.9 million through June. Approximately $670,000 of the favorable variance is due to the timing of those pension contributions, similar to fire. The remaining $1.3 million favorable variance was primarily attributed to vacant positions. Debt service, you'll see, had a favorable variance in the principal, interest, and the agent fees, and this is because we have, this represents the debt service on our short-term financing notes. We currently have 4 short-term notes that were outstanding, but the anniversaries for payment were all between June 10th and December 22nd. So we only had 1 note payment in the first half of the year. This will be exactly on budget at the end of the year. So again, this is as of the end of June, and at that point, we had a $6 million vacancy savings budget. We had achieved just under $5.2 million of that, and there were 172 budgeted positions that were unfilled in the general fund at that time. We had already hit almost 100% of our annual vacation and sick payout budget due to retirements and all during the pandemic. So during the budget amendment process, we increased both the vacation sick payout budget and we increased the vacancy savings budget. At this time, there were 44 uniform police positions vacant. 42 of those were officers, 2 were sergeants. As of a report I ran October 20th, the total was 56, which included included a couple of sergeants as well, so that number had increased to 56. And then on the next slide, you see the timing of the recruit schools and the trend line. And as I mentioned at the last presentation, what we're seeing here is really across all departments. It's not just in police and fire. We've seen more retirements in all the departments. We've seen an increased vacancy rate in all the departments, and we're seeing more difficulty filling positions at this time. So that concludes the June quarterly report. As I mentioned, you received the July monthly report a couple of weeks ago or several weeks ago, and we're now in the final stages of reviewing the August report, which will hopefully come out in the next week. So now, if you'll pull up the financial reporting ordinance presentation.
Before you go into Director Computers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sarah, 2 questions. On page 9, when you talk about where the money was coming in, and the iron and steel manufacturing, that's federal money, isn't it?
Federal money?
Is it state money, federal money? Is this?
This is money. We have an iron or steel mill in Little Rock. This is sales tax on that category collected from deliveries in Little Rock.
Okay, but is this got to do with the state improvements of the roads and federal improvements of roads on I-30 and West?
That's what I suspect. I mean, of course, we don't get anything under than the NAICS category, but as I mentioned, I think a lot of this has to do with the I-30 construction, all the steel, you see all of the,
And Director Computers, yes, I-30, but also we have a very large steel company that's not only been providing steel to a number of different economic development projects that have happened over the last 2 years here in Little Rock.
But do they
port.
qualify for the $2,500?
So any business, including the state, any business, any government, any nonprofit organization, when they pay the sales tax, they pay the full amount of the sales tax. Then they can claim a rebate on both local and county sales tax on any invoice over $2,500. So as we've discussed before, if they bought all of this steel at once on one invoice, the only tax they owe the city of Little Rock is $32.50, regardless of whether they buy $10 million worth of it or, $2,500 worth.
But my question is, these big federal projects we're doing, state and federal projects, do they qualify for that $2,500?
Yes, because they're a government organization. Yes.
And then, just for my own curiosity, can you give a guesstimate, if you just kind of look through all these categories, of how much online sales is really contributing to our community? Just a guess. I mean, obviously.
All we can tell is the out-of-state portion. The local tax in that category was the $2.3 million you're seeing here. But as far as other internet sales, no, because it's across any category.
I know, but I'm just asking for a guess. I'm just trying to figure out how much. Is there any way of doing that?
No.
That's more for my interest than anything else.
No, and we've, the state can't tell you either.
And then on page 19, you said that there's a police recruiting class that started at age 16?
Yes, the last recruiting class started. So that's not reflected in here because this was June.
Right. How many people are in that?
I think currently there's 11.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I believe Ashley is passing out, if she hasn't already, the next presentation I'm going to go through, which is recommended changes. We've been talking about this for about a year on the financial reporting ordinances, or the financial reporting ordinance
Sorry,
first.
Sarah, Director Wyrick.
My hand was raised. On page 9, we were just looking at the information with Director Campuris, and I know we're concerned about the rebate, possible rebate, and you may have explained this in the past, but I don't recall today. What are the circumstances for rebates?
So way back when Arkansas joined the streamlined sales tax,
Okay.
one of the laws, and this was a point of confusion in the recent sales tax election too, the state determines which items within the state are subject to sales tax. The city cannot choose which items are subject to sales tax.
Okay.
So the state determines what is subject to sales tax. And then the state sales tax rate, whatever that is, they collect 100%. There are no rebates. With local sales tax, any item purchased not by an individual, if you go buy a diamond or something, you're going to pay the full amount of sales tax and you cannot claim a rebate. With the only thing that you get a break on are things that you pay your tax at the revenue office. So car license, car tags or things like that, you only pay that reduced local sales tax rate on the first $2,500. But now for businesses, nonprofits, and governmental organizations, they pay the tax at the point of sale.
Right.
And then when they file their sales tax report, they can claim a rebate on any tax paid on an invoice in excess of $2,500 for the local tax, which includes local and county penny. So purchasing organizations pool purchases, make purchases in bulk to take advantage of that, and they can claim rebates. If you've got a big computer purchase and you buy it all on one invoice, you can claim a rebate. And with the city's 1.5% tax on that $2,500, it's $32.50. So businesses have lobbied at the legislature the last several years to extend that period of time they have to claim the rebate. So the challenge that gives us is they can claim it for up to a year. Most businesses have a process in place now where they typically try to claim it monthly or quarterly, but there are some that save it up and claim it all at once. So we are cautious about having any plans for categories such as this that are out of the norm, still concerned that it could be pulled back and rebated, and that does happen.
Okay, so these numbers that are in here, do they represent January through June?
Yes.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
Okay, and you said they have a year?
Yes.
Okay, so we got to hold our breath for another 6 months, right?
Well, and when we made our budget amendment, we adjusted for categories where the sales was, like we don't think there's going to be big rebates claimed in electronic shopping. We don't, when people go to the grocery store, they're not going to claim rebates in that category, or restaurants. So there are certain categories that we aren't as concerned about. My concern with this category is that the revenues have grown 4,000%, but the rebates in this category have grown very little. So there's the potential for that big rebate to hit, and it could be any time within 12 months of the original purchase.
So it could be the iron and steel mills would be one, and then maybe machinery equipment?
Yes, that's another area, and it really can be any purchase. It depends on who's doing the buying, but there are certain categories that are typically more, individual or consumer driven as opposed to business type categories.
Okay.
So, and in most of our other categories, the rebates vary more consistently with the change in the actual revenue.
Okay.
So we're just being real cautious about that category. We did reflect the growth that we had seen in other categories in our budget amendment. But when we're planning for the 2022 budget, we're not going to forecast that this revenue would continue into 2022.
Okay. Thank you for that update. I'd just kind of forgotten all the details on the rebate. Thank you.
Well, and car sales is one of the big places where that's shown up. And actually, the recent legislative change on cars, the state has forecast a decline of 6% in sales tax revenue for the next year. We do not anticipate that kind of an impact because part of their declines were associated with the change for used cars, and the state gets much more sales tax from car sales. And then also the state lowered the state portion of the grocery tax. They did not change local grocery tax. And the main reason for that is in many, many municipalities across the state, that's one of the only primary sources of sales tax revenue.
Thank you.
So the city did not have the option to exclude grocery tax from our sales tax initiative.
Thank you.
So now back to the financial reporting ordinance. So what Ashley has given you is the presentation, which kind of highlights some of the recommended changes. She also passed out a copy of the current ordinance, just so you'd have it as a reference point as you're looking at things over the next couple of weeks before we take any action. So the first slide, why update the current ordinance? So ordinance number 18605 was adopted on December 18th back in 2001. Over the last 20 years, governmental accounting standards have changed, terminology has changed, and definitions have changed. So there are many definitions in the existing ordinance that are no longer applicable. The required monthly financial report format is not appropriate for all funds that are included in the report. You all are aware that I distribute a monthly financial report, and that has more than 40 pages. And that's because of this required format that's in this ordinance, which asks you to have a page for each fund with the budget, the actual, the prior year, and the change. Well, many of our funds don't have an adopted budget. Our capital project funds that have a dedicated source where that every dollar that comes in from that can only be used for that specific thing. For example, our street and drainage bonds. Then it has a dedicated revenue source for the debt service, where the only thing that revenue can be used for is debt service on those bonds. The revenue for the debt service is kept in a debt service fund. The capital expenditures are in a capital expenditure fund. We have multiple of those. We have them for each bond issue. We have the capital for like the library tax bonds, the hotel tax bonds, the street and drainage bonds. So we have many of these unbudgeted funds that are characterized by type. The way that they're displayed in our comprehensive annual financial report is lined up together. So you see all the debt service funds on one page with the total, all the capital on one page with the total, and that's really a better way to present it. With the budgeted funds, then yes, you would need to continue to present a budget to actual comparison to demonstrate compliance with your budget ordinance. Another issue is that the requirement in the ordinance to produce monthly, quarterly, semi-annual financial reports is redundant, as all of our monthly reports are year-to-date, as we just delivered. State law does not require quarterly or semi-annual reports. So it's important to understand the basis of accounting before we go through the next slides. So the basis of accounting is the method that's used to determine the timing and the recognition of transactions. So previously when we were talking about the favorable variance in property tax, I said that revenue was received too late to be included with the year that it actually belonged to. And that's because of the method of accounting. And we'll talk about the different methods. So cash basis recognizes transactions when cash is received or paid. It is not supposed to be used by the city except to account for miscellaneous revenues such as fines and permits or other things that cannot be practically measured until cash is actually received. The reason for this is it's the most easily manipulated method of accounting. If you don't have money to pay a bill, you just sit on it. You pay the bill later. You don't recognize your liabilities and expenses necessarily when they actually occur. So this is generally used by people when they're managing their own finances. It's very rarely used by businesses, only the very smallest. The next is the accrual basis of accounting. So this is the method typically used by businesses. This recognizes the financial effect of transactions, events, and interfund activities when they occur, regardless of the timing of related cash flows. So here, you recognize revenue when it is earned, not when it's received. You may not collect it for 6 months, for a year, as with when we assess our property taxes. The property taxes you assess today are not collected till next year. If we were a business, we would be recognizing that receivable when it is assessed. We do not do that, and I'll show you which method we use in a minute. So this is the method, again, it's used for our proprietary funds, so those that operate like a business. So we do use it for our waste disposal fund. We do use it for our parking garage funds. And those are the funds where you see depreciation expense, you see those type of things you would see like a normal business. And that's because the cost of those services is, or the charge for those services is supposed to cover the life cycle cost. So in the example of waste disposal, the amount you're charged covers not only what it costs to pick up your trash today, it covers what it costs to put it in the landfill, to close the landfill. It costs, it has to cover the entire cost of the operation. This is the way a business operates. The method used for governmental funds is the modified accrual basis of accounting. This recognizes transactions when they are measurable and available. So the revenues are recognized in the accounting period in which they become available and measurable, which is 60 days by city policy. So when you, in the case of our property tax revenue, it was earned at the time the person assessed, but it was not collected till beyond the 60-day window, so we could not record it in 2020. We had to reflect it in 2021. Expenditures, though, are recognized in the period in which the liability is incurred, if measurable, except for certain long-term type obligations, like your pension liability, your other post-employment benefits, bond payments. Those are recognized when they're due and payable. Everything else is recognized at the time you make the purchase. So if I buy, say I have a 3-year technology purchase, I have a liability for that whole 3-year technology purchase. I recognize the expense as the period progresses. I don't recognize it all at once. But on the other hand, a debt service payment, when I make the bond payment, is when I recognize that payment, both the principal and the interest. So, again, the modified accrual basis of accounting is utilized for governmental funds. So that includes our general fund. It includes special revenue funds, including the street fund. It includes debt service funds, capital project funds, and permanent funds. So the timing of month-end close. In our ordinance, it requires the city to close the books by the 15th business day of the month following the report month. This is not sufficient for revenue recognition under the modified accrual basis of accounting for the city's governmental funds. And I'm going to show you why. So businesses can do it, why can't we? A business does that. Businesses have full knowledge of their revenue sources and they bill their customers. So they know what they're billing. They know what their revenues are. They can accrue that revenue receivable. They can recognize that income before they collect it. The city does not have visibility into 85% of our revenues. They are billed and collected outside of city government, and we have to wait until we receive it to know what it is. But it's associated with a sale that occurred 2 months ago or, a previous period. So we're waiting to recognize January sales tax when it comes in March. This is due to the timeline, again, of the earning of the revenue and the receipt by the city. And because of taxpayer confidentiality laws, the city does not have any insight into the revenue. And as you've seen, had we booked our revenue based on our assumptions, this past year especially, we were way off. We had no prediction. I mean, sales tax has varied all over the place, much higher than what we would have expected. And so our financial reports would really be a forecast if we are closing the books within 15 days. It would not be a reflection of what it actually is. It would really just be another budget report. It would not tell you anything about actuals. So again, here's a breakdown of the original adopted budget, and it just shows that 80% of the general fund revenues are generated by sales and use tax, property tax, and franchise fees. All of those are collected outside of the city. So the balance that we have to do is determine kind of a balance between that available and measurable, and between accuracy and timeliness. So our revenues that are received that can be reasonably estimated within the current month, so the month they're received, that's our licenses and permits, our charges for services like zoo gate revenues, golf revenues, fines and fees that we receive at the court, investment income, and then our transfers. So about 16% of our revenue we have enough insight into that we can record that in the month that it's actually earned. Another 14% of our revenue comes in the following month, and that represents our franchise fees. And I've given you kind of a timetable of when those come in. There are some franchise fees that are received quarterly, but for the most part, our franchise fees are received the month after they're earned. And then 65% of our revenue comes in the second month following the month it's earned. So that's our sales and use tax revenues and our property tax revenues. And then annually in July, we receive our pension turnback revenue, which represents 5%. So closing the books within 15 days of month end is timely, but it's not accurate, as 85% of our revenues are not reliably estimated. In addition, significant payroll expenses and other cost allocations are processed during the first 2 weeks of the month following the report month. So when we receive a paycheck, it's for the week ended the previous, Friday, for the 2-week period prior to that. If we close the books too quick, our payroll is also pulled back, just like our revenues. When our payroll posts, it looks at the period covered by that payroll, and it records the expense in the actual month that time was worked. So we would be missing expenses as well if we were to close the books within 15 days. So we not only don't know our revenues, payroll is obviously our largest expense, and in any of those hourly type jobs with police, with fire, parks, public works, the timing of payroll matters. Also, our fleet department internally bills all of the fuel, labor, and vehicle maintenance. Those are processed. We receive that from fleet. After they finish their expenses for the month, they bill that to all the departments, and that happens 2 weeks after the end of the month. So the options that we have, we could close month end 1 month following the month reported. We need about 2 weeks for preparation of reports and variance analysis. At that point, we know 30% of our revenues, which again is those that the 16% we bill directly, and 14% of our franchise fees. Property tax revenues are not quite as volatile from year to year, so we could probably reasonably estimate that and only be off maybe 1% or 2%. Sales and use taxes are much more inconsistent. They cannot be reliably estimated on a monthly basis. We do a pretty good job of, generally of predicting our annual revenues, but monthly we're typically quite off. But our expenditures would be complete if we closed under this timeline. The other option would be to close the month in 2 months following the month reported and allow up to 2 weeks for preparation. And that's what we have been doing since I came to the city before I was finance director. And that was in 2004. So most revenues are known, excluding those that are received quarterly or annually, and expenditures would be complete. So this is the most accurate, but it's not as timely. Finance is supportive of either option 1 or 2. Again, option 1 is timelier, option 2 is more accurate. So it's really up to the board what you want to see in a financial report. Are you interested in accuracy, or do you want it quickly? And there's a balance. They're both important. You know more about your expenditures looking at it on a more timely basis, but your revenues may not be very accurate yet. So our recommendation, oh, sorry, I forgot to advance. Our recommendation is based on guidance given by the mayor and the board of directors. Finance can operate under either option 1 or 2. We would want to include a provision to issue a preliminary statement at year end to allow time for the actuarial reports, all the annual adjustments that don't come in. And of course, fund balance and all that is not complete until the year end audit is complete, which is generally within 6 months. We would issue a preliminary and then true it up when those numbers are final. We were recommending that we eliminate the requirement to issue redundant quarterly and semi-annual reports. As far as the recommended format, and I mentioned this a little bit in the beginning, we think that the prescribed format in the ordinance should be removed. One of the reasons for that is, even though I've just gone through this explanation on all the basis of accounting and the formats of report, there is a GASB standard before the board right now that would change reporting formats yet again. They've already added new sections, the deferred inflows and outflows, which is part of the change in definitions. It would put different parts of the revenues in different parts of the report instead of necessarily all together. So these standards change. What I'm saying is a prescribed report that mentions the things you want to see rather than the actual layout would be more beneficial. So things like the annual report, the year-to-date budget, year-to-date actual and variance from budget would continue to be presented for any operating funds with an adopted operating budget. Also, as is today, fund balance or net position, and again, those are different depending on which method of accounting and which type of fund you're using, would still be included along with the change. The other funds, like the debt service, the pension funds, the capital improvement funds, they would be displayed in the same manner that they are in the annual comprehensive financial report, which lays them out by type of fund. So you have all your debt service funds on one page with a grand total, all of your capital funds, all of your pension funds. Those are the ones that do not have annual budgets. We would also recommend, that we, hold on, I think I missed a page. Update the ordinance to continue or to include the new terminology and definitions in accordance with governmental accounting standards and generally accepted accounting principles. Again, the current ordinance, the definitions that are utilized are no longer applicable due to changes in governmental accounting standards. We would continue the requirement for a written explanation of variances with the issuance of the monthly financial report. Currently, that threshold is 5% or $50,000. And then we could add an item to the board's agenda monthly to acknowledge receipt of the most recent financial report. We're unclear, and this is something we've asked the city attorney to look at for us. It says the board should accept the financial report, or it should be presented to the board. We're not sure whether presenting to the board means issuing it the way that we do every month, or if it means actually acting on it at the meeting. But we would continue to distribute and, if necessary, present the report on a monthly basis. But we think the board should acknowledge receipt of the report or accept the report on a monthly agenda. We would continue the quarterly presentations to the board of directors. There are several references in the ordinance that talk about databases and hard drives and technology that's all outdated. We think just in an electronic format would be better. And then there's a requirement to publish reports, and they're all published on the city's website. They're all available to the public there. But then there is also an annual report that's required in accordance with state law that is published in the paper annually. And then, again, we would publish them on the city's website. And I think making a statement, publish them in the newspaper when required by state law, because every year the legislature makes different recommendations on what's the appropriate method of publishing. So the intent would be that the city manager will complete the updated ordinance for consideration. It doesn't have to be the next meeting if you want to have more time to look at it and provide feedback, but we would suggest that we would adopt it soon. This is something that honestly, Director Fortson and I looked at last year, actually before, and he was in total agreement with all of these recommendations, and he liked the 60-day as opposed to the shorter format, but that's a personal preference. So anyway, that would be the recommendation. Now, we do also have two other finance ordinances. Excuse me. One is the restricted reserve policy, and in the interest of time, when we saw what all had been added to this agenda, we decided not to present that one tonight. So we'll present that one at the next available policy discussion. And then there's a financial policies ordinance, which is much more complex, that deals with everything from, issuance of debt to funding capital assets and that kind of thing. So there's policies on a lot of things, and that will be more in depth that we're also looking at to bring forward to you. But this one is the most urgent one because, as you're aware, we have not been in compliance with this particular ordinance as far back as I've been at the city. So we want to make reasonable changes. So that concludes my presentation. I don't know if there's any thoughts or feedback the board would provide now, or if you want to ask any questions about anything I've presented.
Director Compeers.
That was a great presentation. I'll have to read it again to really try to understand it. I would ask that if you would get with Virgil, who is in this business, and let him kind of look at it and give us some guidance. I would truly appreciate it, because this gets a little complicated for me, and this is what he does for a living, and I think it would help us all if we got a little bit more input.
See,
It's nothing like asking you to do something before I ask you, but
well,
but I thought you did a great job on this. And the second question is, I understand expediency and accuracy. Which one serves you and us better, in your opinion, moving forward?
And that's really a question for you guys. I mean, obviously, from a finance perspective, the finance people prefer accuracy, but it can't be too far out there, or it's not useful. The primary reason for the monthly financial statements in government is to demonstrate budget compliance. But there's not a lot of value in a report that's so quick that it's all another forecast.
One of the problems with what we've had before is the state doesn't tell us where the money comes from.
Right.
And then we're 2 months behind. So we're looking at June and July night, and it's almost Thanksgiving. And so it's hard to make good decisions on summer numbers. And
And tonight's report was late, but that was more due to scheduling at the board meeting. It had been issued.
I mean, this is and this is not this is just the way it is. It's a recurrent theme. But I'd appreciate if you and Virgil get together and let him help us with this.
Thank you, Director Compuris. No, but I've called Sarah, and we're waiting to get together, so
okay.
I'll add this to my list of questions for her.
Thank you all very much.
You get this, I got insurance.
Is that, are we finished with me?
Vice Mayor Hines, you got any questions?
No, not right now.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions from members of the board? Again, I want to say thank you to Sarah, as well as former City Director Gene Fortson, who spent a better part of last year and early this year working on this alongside Sarah. Again, if you notice, everyone, this is a change that should have been made 20 years ago because of the constant changes in GASB financials. Keep us in line, and all of the recommendations definitely believe should move forward to keep us in line with the ever-evolving GASB, but also understanding not only accuracy, but also not creating any misinformation, because the only really factual information that we can predict are the expenditures based on the current set of information that we have at the point in time, dealing with all the other outliers. So again, just want to share appreciation to Sarah and her entire team. Also to the city attorney working on the draft ordinance as well, and to Gene, former City Director Gene Fortson. Director Adcock.
Mr. Moore, when we moved the police pension over to the state, we agreed to every 3 years to relook at that. Is this our third year to look at that?
Director Adcock, did you get the memo that I actually made a point to not send it electronically, but send it in the board packet probably 2 Fridays ago, or maybe even 3. But the year we were scheduled to look at it, Sarah and I sent the board a memo saying that basically it was 2019, I guess, or 2020. And just considering where we were in the pandemic and the fact that at the level that they were underfunded, that we would recommend not going through that process. We've visited with also even the fire, the fire pension review board, and so we will be doing it. We'll initiate it, but that third year was the COVID year, and considering the unknowns that we were facing at that point, we did not move forward with the review. And we'll do that now and probably initiate it in another 2 years. But if you don't have that memo, it was in response to the letter that each of you all received from former Mayor Stola.
If you'll get something and send it to John Gilchrist and Ferris Hensley so they can share it with the other ones, please.
I believe we
did, and I wanted to clarify one other thing. The review was conducted. We did not assemble retired members to participate in the review. We did conduct the review, and we used the actuarial reports to make that determination. And we provided a memo to the board at the time that that was done with what our recommendation was and why we did not believe an increase was appropriate at the time. Later, Mr. Hensley brought this up, and we realized we had not communicated the results of the review to the pension members. So we contacted David Clark at LOPFI. We drafted a memo, and we distributed it to all of the members of the fund, included a copy of the memo that had been provided to the board last year when the determination was made. Mr. Hensley and I believe one other member were not happy with the response. And so that's when I guess they contacted Mayor Stodola, and he sent a memo to you. And so then we responded again to that, what the basis for our decision was, and that was the last memo that you received. But the review was conducted.
Okay, would you send me a copy of the last memo, please?
Electronically or paper?
Yes.
Did the board get that? Did y'all get that?
We got it.
Huh?
I got it.
I think we did.
Okay.
Okay.
I remember the Stoneland letter for sure. I remember the Stoneland letter for sure, and I think I saw the response on it.
Yeah, and this was in response to that letter then, and then and it did include an attachment of the first letter that we had distributed to the board as well. And
Ashley shaking her head that it was sent.
Thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor Hines.
So on this issue, and what gives me great heartburn, and until Tom signs off on it, we have an ordinance lining out that process. Did we follow the ordinance is the only question, because it says we should hire an independent actuary, to stress test it and consider whether or not a pay raise. And that is where the bone of contention is, that, and I'm not, Sarah, I'm sorry, I'm not taking your word for it. I want Tom to look at it
pull it up, but
and
it
tell
does
us
not-
if we follow the ordinance or not. And that is the only opinion I'm going to value here.
all right, and I will just tell you, and you may look at it and review the ordinance. It does not say stress test. It does say an independent actuary, and the actuarial report we used is an independent actuary hired through an RFP process that does the actuarial report, sends it for audit purposes, that we use as the basis for all of our disclosures in the financial report. And it was an actuary hired by LOPFI, but it is an independent actuary. We did comply with the ordinance.
I'll await Tom's opinion on that, because we've got attorneys involved, and
Tom, if you would please send me a copy of that also.
then I have another comment.
What are you waiting on Tom's opinion on, just for clarification?
The opinion is about the assertion that we complied with the ordinance and we're not actually in violation of the ordinance.
Mr. Moore? Did you operate out of compliance?
I don't.
As a member of that?
No, I don't
as a member
believe
of
we
that
did.
board?
I mean, and so, but we'll let Tom look at everything. And if he tells me we are, then we'll regroup. But we use the information that LOPFI's actuary sent. But I think I think probably, and I've thought about this. When we did consolidate, we said we'd do it every 3 years. Felt like we've met that. This has been the second time we've gone through the review, and probably the main point of contention is, well, I understand maybe not do it in 20, but why don't we, once things maybe get better, would you consider reviewing it again? And the the issue is just the level of their funding status. But we'll provide that, and if Tom, if the board decides that, okay, we understand it wasn't the proper time to do it in 2020, but go ahead and initiate another review. And there's a timing factor as far as when you have to do it. But I'll be fine with that. But I do believe, Vice Mayor, we met the standards of the ordinance.
Okay, well, I just, an opinion from Tom to that would help.
Okay.
Would help, I think, because I'm not an attorney and I can only read the ordinance as the way it's written, and then Tom can tell me how it's not written that way.
Thank you so much.
I have are we going to get to the emergency declaration discussion, Mayor?
That was my next.
All right.
Do you have a question?
Oh, I just want to make sure we're going to cover that. I have a comment on it once, I guess we hear from Dr. Pierce.
Yeah, it's on the agenda. We cover everything on the agenda. Well, now, thank you so much again, City Director Linehan. Well, Financial Director Linehan. Thank you so much for your hard work. And again, I'll definitely be giving a phone call to former City Director Gene Fortson just to let him know how much we appreciate him working with you throughout this process, to changing something that's been in place for 20 years and haven't been compliant in 20 years due to evolving changes for Gatsby Financial. So thank you. We'll now transition to our next item on our policy discussion, which is the emergency declaration discussion. Director Computers, as the chairperson of the Little Rock COVID-19 Task Force, any comments?
Continue the status quo.
Excuse me?
Continue the status quo, mask.
I have a comment.
Vice Mayor Hines.
Dr. Cambeers and Mayor, at some point, we have to set a metric for when we're going to take this emergency declaration down as we decline it. Status quo is, to me, not adequate. We need to set some metrics, whether, as we can see the steady decline, so that we have some time certain metric when we can remove these, as we see state of Florida has had none of these, has now dropped near the bottom of infection rate, you name it. And I just think we need some clear metrics instead of just continuing the status quo. As our infection rate, the hospitalizations have gone down, ICU admissions are down. I think we need some actual metrics instead of let's just keep doing what we're doing. I think people our citizens are entitled to that.
Well, I agree with you that things are better. But on Monday, the group talked about this with Mike Poore, and he's going to recommend that masks stay in place until mid-January. And he has had a remarkable success because of masks and keeping things in the schools and kids in school. And I would encourage us to continue doing this. It is an inconvenience. I don't like it. No one likes it. But I don't like people being sick. And right now in Britain, there's a new virus that's a abbreviated or mutated Delta virus that's coming along. It appears to be the vaccine seems to work against it, but it's very infectious and more infectious than the Delta virus is right now. And I think that we're just getting through with this. The second thing I will tell you is that there is not a hospital in Central Arkansas, and I would presume in the state, but I can tell you for a fact in Central Arkansas, where there is not a shortage of nurses. So if you're not doing anything else but protecting your ability to go to the hospital and have a nurse taking care of you, that's what you're doing. And that's a real crucial issue. So the numbers are down. Everything is better. The number of people that are on furlough or out in hospitals is down. The rate of being inoculated is up, but the absolute number of nurses right now, every hospital in the city can't open all the wards that they have available. The second thing I will tell you is that multiple hospitals in this city right now are relying on travelers to keep the number of nurses available. And a traveler is a nurse who goes around the United States, and they'll work here for a month or two or work different places. Nurses that are travelers are like everybody else. Thanksgiving is going to come, their contracts are going to be up, and they're going to want to go home for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. So we're going to get to that crucial period of time where they're all gone. They're not going to sign up. They don't want to work the holidays, and I don't blame them. And so it'll be January or February when you start getting travelers back. And it's just, it is a inconvenience. It's a pain in you know what. I agree with Lance completely. There's sometimes we have to stop this, but I would not tell you that in my best opinion, this is a good time to stop it.
Thank you so much. We'll now have this meeting to be adjourned. Oh, sorry. You're correct, Director Wright. I apologize.
And you know I'm ready to go, but this is
I
very
apologize, Director Wright.
Okay, thank you. This is another multifamily dilemma. And as Director Peck and our planning director can tell you, these are not pretty. When you're in those meetings, they're ugly. They get very, very heated. And I'm going to share it with my colleagues so y'all can experience some of my pain. Now, this issue for this particular development came up 5 years ago. And 5 years ago, there was an agreement reached with the developer and the Kensington Property Owners Association that only if it was already zoned multifamily, there was a revocation of a PUD. That revocation was dependent on him agreeing to 55 and older and for 5 years, if he could get ADFA funds. There was a second option in there that said that if he could get ADFA funds, he would build the first phase for any income bracket, and then the second phase would be held to 55 and older. Well, that was 2015. Fast forward, my understanding is he's saying this is a different application, and he wants to build totally tax credit homes for any age bracket. But this is the dilemma that we're having. And I sent this to the city manager, and I gave it out to you all, talking about the meeting last night, and I developed a timeline just so that we could be clear on some of the contentious elements of this. And in late September, around approximately 29th or the 30th, I spoke with this particular developer about another project that I had been approached with by another developer talking about multifamily. And I told him I didn't want any more multifamily, but I would love to have a single family development. And that's when we started talking about unique type housing, which was the container homes, because the construction cost is not so high. So I spoke with Mr. Richardson about that project, and he said he would get back to me as to whether or not he was ready to sell some of that land. But during that conversation, there was no mention of the Dover Drive project. On October 4th, he called me and said he was not interested in selling the other property we had discussed. And in that conversation, he also said he was going to start the Dover Drive project. I informed him during that conversation that the residents would be upset and asked if he could delay the project. He said no, he could not, because he had ADFA tax credits and had a timeline he had to meet. He told me that he had spoken with Fred Allen that morning about the project. I spoke with the president of Kensington on the 7th, and I verified this by my caller ID. And during that call, he informed me that the developer had started clearing the trees. I sent my email to the city manager on the 8th requesting the history of the project and the cost to build an alternate entrance from the new development. There was a meeting of the residents on October 14th, which I was not aware of until later, and that was with the developer. And at that meeting, I am told that he told them that he informed me that he was getting ready to start the project, but what he failed to tell them was when he told me this. The residents are upset that I did not tell them because the construction was beginning before October 4th, which of course I could not do since I was not aware that it was starting. And we're talking about days, not weeks, and we're not talking about months. But the facts are these. The property is zoned multifamily 18, and we cannot change that. The owner of the property has the right to develop his property, and we cannot stop him from doing that within the current zoning classification. The residents do not want multifamily at all, but if that is all they can get, they would like to have a 55 and older development as was agreed in 2015. The developer is only required to abide by this option, as I understand it, in the second phase of the project, which is what that option actually says. Therefore, the only option is to come up with a plan to lessen the disruption on the neighborhood. And number 5, if you turn the page, tax credits are being issued to finance this project. Without them, the development could not move forward. The residents believe that this is a city issue. I agree, only in that the city is in charge of zoning. The state is in charge of tax credits, which fund affordable housing. Once a property is zoned, the owner can develop it with no notification required. This is where I see the city has a disconnect in its process. To alleviate this disconnect, I propose that the following changes be made to our policy regarding multifamily developments. A, amend our policy with regards to multifamily development so that there is notification to all affected residents, not just residents within 200 feet of the project, when a project is proposed. If a project is approved but delayed, as was the case with this development, the planning department will send out notification to all affected residents by email or regular mail of that delay. Once the developer requests a building permit for a project that has been delayed, the planning department should again notify all affected residents that a building permit has been requested and give a time frame to meet with the developer and the city prior to issuing a building permit. I know these are extra steps in the process. However, property values are a very serious issue, and we must do everything we can to protect our single-family residential developments while we provide affordable housing. I'm working with State Representative Allen to try and come up with a plan to move forward from this point. He is working with AFA on the tax credit issue, and I'm talking to my colleagues and want to work with the city manager and the mayor to come up with an alternate entrance so that Dover Drive can be closed to through traffic. I would like staff to work with the developer to make sure the property is fenced and that the 25-foot tree buffer has as many mature trees as possible to shield the residents from the noise. At the meeting, Jamie Collins related that there has to be an emergency exit from the site. There is no emergency exit proposed that I could see by the developer, and currently the only street is Dover Drive. My request is this: halt the project until a determination is made as to where the emergency exit for the development will be and who is responsible to build it. Also, please provide a cost analysis for the building of an alternate street that does not use Dover Drive. And Director Collins said that that had been sent to the city manager. And Mayor, I'm asking you and Mr. Moore, as you begin to discuss the budget, to please consider a funding allocation to help put in that street. That way we can have some type of leverage with ADFA and with the developer, who are both willing to work with us to try to come up with a solution here. But these multifamily developments are really putting a lot of stress on our single-family residential neighborhoods. I just got through dealing with our Public Works Department on the Capitol Hill area. And it was all multifamily that was impacting the single-family residents. And I know we gotta have multifamily developments. That's what everybody wants to build. But our single-family homeowners are very, very upset. I had one lady last night say that she felt that this was such a serious issue that I personally should have sent a letter to every single resident in Kensington to let them know about it. And I don't know how I could have done that when I found out on the 4th that he was actually starting construction, because legally he did not have to advise or inform me of anything. And he didn't until the 4th when we were talking about another project. So people are very, very upset, and we just need to find a way to deal with this so that everybody understands what's coming, when it's coming, and what their rights are. So I appreciate you all's indulgence. I know you're tired. I'm tired. I hadn't gotten much sleep. You probably saw me over here yawning. But I did want you all to see this, and I would like to enter this into our record so that staff can consider making these modifications. I know some of this we already do, and I know this 200 feet notification has come up several times in the past where people felt like they should have known what was going on. And so I'm bringing it up again. This is very, very serious. Very, very serious. There are 6 homes on that street, and those homes have a value of, close to $1 million or more. And that's a very stable neighborhood. I don't have any crime in that neighborhood. There are no junk cars or no weed lots. And if we're not going to protect these people's investment, they want to know what their tax dollars are going for. So I know we have our laws, we have our policies, we have our ordinance, we have all of that stuff. But when it comes down to your home, don't nobody want to hear that. They want some relief. And so that's what I'm asking for tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Wright. Director Adcock, do you have your hand up?
No.
Director Wyrick, do you have your hand up?
I do. Doris, I feel your pain. I had a apartment complex go in, and it was actually approved for multifamily in 1988. Long time before I started on the board, but it was already zoned multifamily, and somebody came in and bought it and did some apartments. So it's very painful when that happens, because people hold you responsible. They want you to know about it and tell them.
All of it's my fault. All of a sudden, I'm the big bad bully, and folks said 35 years ago this was single family zoned, and when the research was done, we couldn't even find single family. It was always multifamily. So I don't even know how that happened. But
So my question is, I got a couple of questions. One of them is that this was ADFA financing. And a number of years ago, we had another apartment complex that went in, and it was ADFA funded, and it was already zoned multifamily. And we found out that a mayor, not this mayor, but a mayor's secretary signed off on the ADFA forms that said that the city of Little Rock was in support of building these apartments. And so we made an ordinance or resolution that said that anytime there's ADFA funding and they get that letter, then it should come to the board, and the board should approve it. And I don't know if that's still happening or not. I don't know when, you said 2015. I don't know if that's when the ADFA funding was done or not.
It was applied for in 2015, and he didn't get it. He said he applied again and got it in 2019, but sat on it. So he didn't even try to do anything. So now that you mention it, Director Wyrick, I do recall that.
And I haven't seen one of those letters in quite some time. But the other thing that I'm wondering about, and maybe, who did you say was looking into it? If he agreed to 55 and over in his ADFA funding request, then maybe there's a loophole in that. But Jamie is here. I thought we were doing a study on multifamily. And in that, they were going around and looking at the land use, and it may not have been specifically multifamily, but I know multifamily was a part of that. And I made the comment that we need to go back to some of these places that were zoned multifamily, for instance, 1988. And if they still are appropriate in today's environment as they were back in 1988. So I don't know if, am I totally wrong? Can we ask Jamie about that? I think he introduced the topic to the Planning Commission, and I don't really know where we are. I haven't heard anything about it recently. But I think it's critical that we review these because we're going to have some other places that pop up where you have large, substantial homes, and we have this multifamily because it was just, we were looking at it and what it ought to develop, and it didn't develop that way. So, Jamie.
You are correct.
You know what
There-
I'm talking about?
They have been presented the multifamily study. They've been presented some preliminary analysis that staff performed, and they have set up a committee to make that study and to also present to the full commission. So the plan is to have, because we have several things that the commission is doing. So right now we're also working on modification of the land use plan because we're also working through the southeast portion of our extraterritorial to add that in. So that land use committee is also looking at that too right now, but there's nothing that has been presented to the public in a meeting or to discuss that at this time.
But was it strictly multifamily that y'all were going to look at?
Yes, for that portion, that was a request presented by Director Wright that the mayor tasked us with doing, that is specific for multifamily. And the intent is to also look at unoccupied or undeveloped multifamily land. But at the end, we still would have to present that too, if the board so chooses to change that zoning that has been there for decades. That would be something that need to be presented to the board, and then executive administration, and ultimately get an opinion of the city attorney on if that was changed at that time, because it's been multifamily designation, how would that affect the property owner? Because typically we have not forced zone property once the original zoning and land use plan was set decades ago.
Right, I get that. But at least we had talked about this before and moving in that direction. And the ones that have not been built out are the ones that are getting Doris and I and maybe some other people. And I guess through that process, maybe we should come up with a way, if the property owner deems that he doesn't want to change the zoning, because it's in his hands, right? He's the owner of the property, and he can develop it the way he wants to, especially if it's already zoned. But notification, maybe public meetings for the community, those kinds of things. She's got several items in here, but the ADFA deal is another thing that I think we ought to follow up on and see where we are with those. And maybe they've changed the ADFA request, I don't know, but they used to require that the city of Little Rock sign off on them before they would give the money.
I think it's called a certificate of occupancy.
Huh?
I think it's called a CO, a certificate of occupancy. He mentioned that he had received that from the city. But I do recall that we did put that constraint in there in order to give us some type of knowledge that they were going after these tax credits, and that it did have to come to the board, and that the mayor had to sign off saying that this had been presented and the board of directors has agreed. I think y'all, okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad I brought this out, because I had forgotten about that.
Yeah.
So Mayor, I would like for our staff to follow up to see if that was done. Did we do that by ordinance?
I can tell you, I have not signed anything.
Okay, Mr. Carpenter, how did we implement that? Because that was one of the requirements for multifamily development that was put in, because this is not new.
No.
I mean, we've been going through this pain for years.
I don't remember, but what I do have is a big star. To try to find
So can you check on that? And if that was not done, I mean, that these people want this to go away, okay? We've got a problem here. And also too, Mr. Carpenter, in 2015, the revocation that the city gave this developer on that land was contingent upon 55 and older in the multifamily. That's what the revocation was contingent upon. And
Sure.
that's what we want. That's what the resident said. If we got to have it, at least we would have 55 and older, you would have less traffic, you would have less noise, less impact. So, Mr. Jamie, can you address that, please?
Yes, there was two options presented in a letter submitted by the developer at that time for the revocation. I went back and requested a copy of the tape that actually ended. It's not on YouTube at that time. So, and I reviewed the recording of the video, or the video of the board meeting. The conditions that put out there, the first condition says, should the proposed development or the magnum opus phase 1 development receive requested funding from Arkansas Development Finance Authority and receive a certificate of occupancy from the city of Little Rock, Rich Smith agrees to restrict the remaining 6.61 acres of the property to the development of housing serving residents 55 and over. That was the option that I spoke about in the neighborhood meeting last night. What I said is it just says that he received ADFA funding. As I understand it, there is different categories of ADFA funding, that it could be just 55 and over. It also just could be low-income multifamily housing. But I also said that was his determination. In the email that I sent previously, that was presented in the meeting by the city attorney's office and the board of directors. And so his opinion would need to make that determination on whether that condition still stands. The other condition was if this development receiving that funding within the 5 years, which that definitely didn't happen. It says within the 5 years, and they didn't do that development in the 5 years because it's been over that. So that condition 1, which was if they receive the ADFA funding from and proposed development is not constructed, Rich Smith agrees to restrict the property to the development of housing serving residents and over for a period of 5 years. So that restriction is gone, in my opinion, but that needs to be determined by the city attorney's office.
Is there a possibility of a revocation for that zoning,
Well,
that application?
and I would say that really falls back to the city attorney and staff's review. It was revoked back to standard zoning, MF 18, which typically does not hold conditions on a straight zone. So that is, but there was conditions set on that revocation. So that's what I was saying. What I believe, what the intent was that the board heard is that condition 2 had a time limit. The time limit is up. Condition 1 had to deal with the ADFA funding, which may be still upholdable in that revocation for the remaining, or the 6.61 acres. But that is not what they're constructing right now. They're constructing phase 1. The remnants would be additional phase
And Mr.
for that
Carpenter,
development.
please know this. After asking a few more questions last night, I don't know if you heard him say this, Jamie, but he said that he got his proof of his tax credit. Well, his attorney said it. Got a proof of the tax credits in 2019, and he just held them till the 5 years ran out, because it appears that the tax credits were for low-income multifamily, not 55 and older. I didn't know there was a difference. I thought you could make application for the type of housing that you wanted to put on there as long as it was multifamily.
Yeah, and if you remember in that meeting, I said that is to be determined between, city staff, planning took the stance that condition is still in place. That would be a discussion between their attorneys and the city attorneys regarding whether we believe that one at the time that they would apply for the building permits for that next phase. And that also tied to, and I want to clarify the emergency access road. If you remember, I also said it's also pursuant to the Arkansas Fire and Prevention Code on the number of units. And that's what I was doing today, trying to research everything and find some of the old documents that they referenced. The number of units is if the building is sprinkled, they can go up to 200 units. At 201, emergency secondary access shall be provided pursuant to Arkansas Fire Prevention Code. So we do not have a choice. If it is less than that, and I don't know what the number of the second phase, I believe they're doing 72 units on the first phase.
Supposed to be a total of 144 units.
Okay. But as long as that total is below the 200, there would be no secondary emergency access required by the Arkansas Fire Prevention Code, as long as the building is sprinkled. If the buildings are not sprinkled, then it's 100 units.
I don't think these buildings are sprinkled. This is one big building according to the rendering.
Now, I haven't, again, I was researching today. I didn't look and pull the full building permit plans to see if there was sprinkler systems, but I'm in the process of doing that.
And could you also let me know when that building permit was actually issued?
I believe it was in August of last year.
August of last year, and so
Yes.
he had until, how long does a building permit last?
Typically, it is a 1-year term. It can be extended to 2 years upon request, and then after that, they are terminated if they do not start the project.
And you find out what happened here? Because this seems to be very strategically done, wait until the 5 years up, and then the...
Yes, ma'am. I was going through today all of the zoning files, going back to look when each item was done from the original layout. And I was getting that timeline before I had previous meetings that I had to go to, and then also the board meeting. So that I am working on getting a summary of that site in its entirety, all the way through to the recent building permit issuance.
Okay, where would the ad for policy be? Who would have that, Mr. Moore? Tom, would you have that?
We'll go back and look in the clerk's files. If I remember correctly, Director Wyrick is right. Usually the letter, the applicant would send a letter to the mayor's office, and then the mayor would sign it.
Normally, the mayor would reach out to the ward director and ask about.
Well, in this
If I
case,
could make a
yeah.
suggestion, we're talking about potentially taking somebody's property, and I like the fact you said a lot of things. I'm going to get with Jamie, I'm going to get with Bruce, but I really wish I wouldn't keep talking, because I don't want anything we say here tonight to be something that keeps investors from getting in, and then we've interfered with somebody's business relationship. So let us get the information together to you as quickly as possible. And if you have additional questions, I want you to please call me, not tonight, because I'm going to watch the World Series, but please call me and let me know those too, so I'll make sure we look at them.
Let me be clear, nobody's talking about taking anybody's property.
Actually, you are. If you downzone it from multifamily to something else.
We're not talking about downzoning anything. We're talking about what was agreed to be put there, 55 and older. It was the age. He can build whatever he want to build. The zoning is there. I think I stated that in my summary. We cannot change what the zoning is. But I agree with you, Mr. Carpenter. I trust your judgment. I know what you're saying, and that's one of the things Jamie tried to explain to them last night. We can't go around saying we don't like affordable housing. I like affordable housing. I live in affordable housing, so it's a different connotation, and I do understand. You've always pulled our coattail when you felt that things were going to a certain level.
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you. But the letter, please.
Yep.
I had forgot that. Thank you, Director Robert. Thank you, Director Adcock. Thank you, Director Campiris. That's why it's good to have some history behind you, so you know, got some point of reference to look at things, because I had totally forgot about that. Mayor, I'm ready to go home.
Vice Mayor Hines, did you have a question?
I have no more comments on
Who would
my hands.
Play ball.
Policy meeting is now concluded.
Ooh, Lord. Lord, it was a marathon.